Downstairs, they're supposed to be speakers. So for those who are downstairs, coming up to the main stage, because we are live and we are kicking it off. So welcome to Vilnius. Hey guys, you did it. Give you some applause. It was a journey, right? So for some of you, it's the first Euruko. So raise your hand if it's the very first Euruko. Okay, not bad. And who did it more than 2 times? More than 2 times. And keep your hand if you did it 5 times. Really? Only 1. So what is the total number? How much did you do? 5. So I bet. Okay. It's good. So, and the good news that Euruko is traveling conference, and you can take it with you to your home city. We're gonna have 3 days, and it's Saturday. We going to do city pitches, and those who pitch their city and win will bring this gong with them, and they will be the next year organizers. So, I encourage everyone to think about it. If you need to have any hints how to make it cool and nice, I will finger point to some guys who did that before, or I can share my experience, but I might not be as good representative to this point because we are in the middle of it. So think about it, prepare a pitch, and you can bring Euruko with you to your hometown. So this is like an introduction. And I wanted to give you a few updates. So the first one is like, as we all know, what makes you feel home. So use the internet. You can scan it with the QR code or with login and password. Yeah, there's a bunch of QR codes on the stands you can find, and we will have more updates for everything that is happening on those stands. So. I don't know if you like QR codes or not. It's still an option. We have to share the information. So yeah, if it doesn't work, let me know. Again, we'll try to fix it up. So we have transfers. So we are at the university campus here. And so for 2 days, we're going to have buses. And the bus will bring you here. And we also have it to get back you to the city. So we have 2 spots. For those who use that, again, share your feedback if there is anything we can do better for that. For those who didn't notice that, please take into account this information. So buses do a couple of rides here and there, And on the spots, we have people with org team t-shirts. They're helping to answer your questions, or if you get lost, whatever. We have a couple of things that we also want to share with you as the new kind of a design and local adaptation of Euruko. So it's shalti barsha is still available. So if it's like a pink soup, try it out. It is still possible to eat it, because as soon as the temperature drops, there is no chance for you to eat the soup. So as soon as you try and you like it, you can also grab a t-shirt at the shop we have downstairs. So the shalti barsha t-shirt, it's something. If you're not picking the gong with you, at least, I think you can pick a t-shirt. And it's not just another Euruko. It's actually anniversary, and like this year, we are celebrating 20 years of the conference. So give a little bit of applause. That's kind of a long time. So I really wanted to make a joke about it, and I wanted to say like, okay, so it's 20 years, maybe that's enough. But you know, it all depends. So that's why I'm getting back to the gong and the things that you can do. Another reason is 30 years of Ruby, and that's kind of another date. Yeah. How many of you doing Ruby for, let's say, more than 10 years? Okay, keep it if it's 15. Okay, not bad. So it's 30, right? So it's like almost double, and I hope it will last 30 more years. And this is one of the topics that we are going to discuss during those 3 days. So it's the future of Ruby. We're going to have talks, we're going to have panel discussion, and of course, that's something that we encourage you to talk on the network, on the networking. And it's anniversary for the city. So it's 700 years for Vilnius, so it's kind of like a small birthday. Yeah, we say 700 years young Vilnius, so yeah, and many, many years. And for this triple celebration, we also did a super cool, Euruko t-shirts with the history of 30 years. And the cool stuff that on the back side of this t-shirt, you will have the Mats sign. Of course, it's not like physically handwritten sign, but approved by Mats with this unique signature that you get on this t-shirt. So, as well, check it out if you like it. Bring it all with you. It turns that we have like number 3 for some reason. It's kind of like a magical number for this event, and it's like a triple celebration. We're gonna have 3 days of the conference, and as Euruko is supposed to be single-track conference, we try to change it a little bit. So for this year, we're doing Euruko for 3 streams, or like 3 tracks, where there is like a main stage lineup, the one that includes speakers. So we're gonna have absolutely fabulous main stage lineup, and all the people here, give them a little bit of applause. It's very good. They travel a lot. And the main stage lineup happens in the morning. So for every day, we're going to have a keynote talk and agenda, like you can check with the agenda and the schedule of the main stage speakers. Maybe I'm running too far, because another big things that I wanted to say. So this year, we formed a program committee, and here is actually those people who made all the agenda and all things happen in order to best content that you can actually get for the conference with across Europe and not only. So one more applause to those guys who did this main lineup happen. So thank you very much, guys. You rock. So for the main stage lineup, it happens every morning. Starts with the keynote. So don't miss it. So try to manage your sleep. I know many people can have like a jet lag or something here, but yeah, take it into account. So another track starts afternoon, and this is unconference. So it's gonna be happening this stage with the same fashion, but we have no idea who is gonna be pitching there. So, and who is gonna be talking there. So if you have your talk or something that you would like to pitch from the main stage, after the keynote, and this is also for today, we going to have 40 minutes for the talk pitches. So it's 3 minutes long. You get in here, no slides, just the mic, and you can explain what you want to bring to the audience. Then after the pitch, we'll share it to the poll in the type form. People vote, and those who win, top votes, are getting into the afternoon schedule. So the unconference talk is usually like a full-size talk. We're gonna have like 30 minutes, including questions, like a little bit of questions there. It's better you have slides. So I think like if you have something that you wanna bring, do it. And don't miss this chance to talk from the Euruko stage. And the third one is we are, the afternoon time, we're splitting it actually. So while there's happening unconference talks from the main stage, we are starting expo stage, which is right there. So when you're getting up on stairs, you see like a big TV set and set of chairs. So afternoon time, we go in parallel for 2 tracks, unconference talk and expo stage. On the expo stage, we have our partners and sponsors and people who want to highlight something. It is fully packed already, but let's see if we can fit some fishbowl talking or panel discussion. As we are mostly community-driven and self-organized, bring your ideas and we can make it work during the conference. So all venues are us, and we can make some random things happening. So it's completely up to you. Okay, funny part. Tonight, as we're gonna celebrate, and for those who visited Euruko last year, and when we pitched Vilnius, I promise you that we're gonna have some unique experience. So Euruko were in different places, in different cities. One year it was on a ship, and that time I promise we bring you to the prison. So it turned the prison cannot fit as many as we have now. So it literally can fit, but I think it's, yeah, we tested out like many times, many different things, how to make it work. And we thought, okay, maybe the prison is too cool to be something that we can experience. And so we changed that. So tonight at 6:50, like almost 7 p.m., we're going to have our private train that will bring us to the brewery. So the brewery located outside of the city a little bit, but they have their own private railroad, and we managed to agree that this train that we are renting will go to their private railroad and will bring us, sorry. That was one. Let's see if this guy working. Yeah, and this train will bring us on that private railroad directly to this brewery. So the train will stay for 4 hours until the midnight. So the train all ours, the brewery is all ours. We're gonna have like a party tonight, and I encourage you to not miss that, because as another promise that we made for Euruko at that time, it was that we're gonna do our own beer. And it's finally there. So when you get there, yeah. We haven't, there was a couple of polls that we discussed what could be a name for this beer. I have a few variants, but the reason we didn't name it so far is because nobody tried it. How you can name something when you don't try that? So it's a very special beer. We didn't really care about the taste. The main goal was the color. It should be true ruby color. So the beer made of beetroot. Now I'm unveiling that. So I hope you enjoy that. So we're gonna have this beer. I'm not sure how many liters we brewed, but you will have your cans of beer, which you can carry on with you. And we have this a lot of this beer on top. So feel free to use as many as this super cool beer as you can. Suggest the name. Maybe after the first sip, when you sip it and like a blast, like okay, maybe that's the name, like Ruby or something like that. So we're gonna figure this out. And I think that's pretty much it for the introduction. I hope you will enjoy everything that is happening these 3 days. Share your feedback, engage with the unconference talks, and of course think about the city pitches. So once again, thank you everyone for coming and welcome to Euruko. And so now we are going to do our first keynote. And for the first keynote, we might need like a little bit of setup. So may I ask our team to, are you ready, like with the microphone? Oh, you're good, okay. So yeah, so for the keynote, that's kind of like a very interesting story I initially wanted to tell you, but before we go there, can you raise your hand if you know the word RSpec? Okay. So don't be shy if you don't know. Like raise your hand if you don't know. Okay. We'll talk. So, who can name the creator of the RSpec? Raise your hand. Okay, and that's funny story, because when something happens and everybody loves to use that and everybody uses that, not always we know who we should blame for something that we don't like. And I think that was the reason for people trying to be somewhere like in the shadow, because when you have something and it gets used by many people, you don't want to be blamed. So, but that's not the story we're gonna have for the keynote. And it's gonna be another story from the creator of RSpec, Stephen Baker, who came to Vilnius, and I think he will bring his story about what happened to the last decade with him and what's gonna be happen next with his own journey, with the RSpec, and with the Ruby community and everything that is happening here. So please welcome our keynote speaker, Stephen Baker.
Thanks. All right. Oh, this is on. All right. Look at that. One second here.
So while Steven is connecting, for those who want to pitch today, we're going to start unconference pitches right after the keynote. So please come to this place next to the gong. After the talk, I will answer your questions and I will explain what's going to be happening next. And after that, we'll shape a line and we'll start the pitches.
All right. Hang on. Sorry, I gotta restart that so I get my notes. Why do I not have my notes? All right, we're doing it live. I'm Stephen Baker. About 15, no, almost 20 years ago now, I created our spec, and I've apologized already. So I want to talk about where it came from. It has, there's a bit of history there, and it's been a bit of a journey. So, is this going to work? Oh, you bastard. All right. So, this is me. This is where you can find me if you want to start crafting your angry tweets now. This is Reflections on a Reluctant Revolution, a trilogy in 5 parts. So let's start talking about ancient history, because to know where these things come from, you kind of have to know where I come from. My first piece of software that I ever wrote was a hockey trivia game on Commodore 64 BASIC and then QBasic. It would ask you questions like, who's the best hockey player ever? And of course, the answer was Wayne Gretzky. And that's when I got my first bug report, because my dad played the game, and he answered Bobby Orr. And he wasn't wrong. And so I had to add that feature to my hockey trivia game. And it grew, and it grew, and I couldn't add features without adding bugs. And I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was 7 years old. And I became obsessed with, how do real programmers do this? How do people who do this for professionally, how do they do a great job? And it turns out most of them don't, and myself included. But I became obsessed with the idea of quality and where these things come from. So a few years later, when I was about 14 years old, cable internet was coming to the part of Canada that I lived in. And they would bring you how many people here have used the internet in the late 90s? All right, great. You probably remember this. They bring you a cable modem. They would bring you a CD with the drivers for the cable modem and a branded web browser. You would get Internet Explorer, Netscape Navigator, and the Throbber would be branded for the cable company. And when they came to my house to install cable internet, and I worked for the cable company at the time. I was doing sales as a 14-year-old. They came to the house, and they would put the CD in, and they gave me a really old-ass version of Netscape Navigator, and I was offended, because this is in the browser wars when we were getting new versions of, not like Chrome when you get a new version every 6 hours, but back then we were getting new versions of Netscape Navigator and Internet Explorer every couple of days or every couple of weeks. And so they gave me this old-ass version of Netscape Navigator, and I thought, this is stupid. Why are you doing this? Why don't you just use this brand new fast internet to download my web browser for me? And so I cracked open Visual Basic and Visual C++, and I wrote a package manager that would install the cable internet drivers and then use the fast cable internet to download your web browser and install the cable company's logo into it. And I thought this was really cool, and I showed my boss, and I said, hey, look, it fits on a floppy disk. And he said, do you know how much it costs to make CDs? And I said, no. And he said, a lot. Please come to the office. And so I got on the bus. I was 14 years old. I got on the bus. I took a box of floppy disks with my source code. I printed out all the documentation that I wrote, because I knew I was going to get to be a real programmer. And that real programmer was going to look at my software and was going to tell me all the things that I did wrong and how I could have done it better. And I was going to learn how to do this and be a real professional. And so I got on the bus and I went downtown, and there was a meeting of all of 5 or 6 executives from the cable company. And I said, hey, I did this thing and it fits on a floppy disk. And they said, how much money do you want? And I said, I don't know. I was just hoping to meet a real programmer. And I really want a new computer, and so they gave me $1,000, I think, which I was a real programmer. It was the first time I was exploited. So I was finally a real programmer. So then, after that, on the internet, I'm sure you've all seen the cartoon, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Well, on the internet, nobody knows you're a 14-year-old boy, or they better not. And that meant that I could find work online. And so I've been working in this industry since I was 14 years old, which is 26 years ago. And I've been obsessed with quality and doing a better job and figuring out and learning, how do we do this better, and how do we get better at what we do? I was also involved in free software. At one point in my life, I was the youngest Debian developer. I think I was a Debian developer when I was like 11 or 12 years old. I'm a Stallman loving free software hippie. And yes, I use a Mac. I'm complicated. My first sort of real job that I didn't do from home was in economic development. Economic development is the thing we do in a lot of communities in Canada where especially when like a large industry has moved out or something, the government will put in an agency whose job is to sort of increase economic activity. And so when I was 18 years old, I did this, and I became like the local tech expert for the Annapolis Valley region of Nova Scotia, and I helped businesses get started, and I helped software companies get started, and when people had, we need to hire this many people, where do we do it? They came to me, an 18-year-old punk kid who'd never worked in the industry for real before, just worked from home, and asked for help. And I realized that a lot of those companies really needed help with quality, and I was studying it, and so I started teaching test-driven development, which was new. And I learned extreme programming, and there was this paper called XP for One, which I can't find. I haven't been able to find it since, but there was this paper called XP for One, and when I was working at the Economic Development Authority, I was learning about XP, and I was moonlighting and teaching it. And I'm really going way off the rails here because I have no access to my notes, so we're running here. So when I was teaching these classes, every time some arsehole would say, "You can't test something that doesn't exist. I am so smart." And I said, "Okay, you're right. The language that we use to talk about TDD doesn't accurately reflect what we're doing. TDD is a design activity." And I was reading about how do we give things new names, and what does it mean? And I found this thing called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which basically says that you can change the way that people think about something by changing the language you use to describe it. And I thought, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to fix all of these smart arses by changing the words we use to describe TDD. And I wasn't the only person that was thinking about this. There was Dan North and Liz Keogh and Aslak Helisoy, who I knew, were talking about behavior-driven development. And that was more of a higher level activity, closer to the customer, but it was something that was really interesting. And so when I was teaching these classes, I created this thing. And because Ruby is wonderful and meta, I could say, I called it Describer RB, I think, because that's what you're doing. You're describing the way the software will work. And all I did was I aliased test unit and test case, and then I overrode the test case suite where it would find all the test cases. And so that it would find methods that, is that me? Sorry. It would find methods that start with should instead of test, and it would work. Maybe my hair's in the way, sorry. Okay, all right, cool. So this was the first version, and this is what a test would look like then, or a software description. And then I did the bad thing, and I'm really sorry. This was a mistake. It looked cool. It was easy to do. A lot of people really liked it. They were wrong. This caused possibly more maintenance nightmares in especially Rails projects in the early days than using MySQL or MongoDB. So on the last day of my class, this thing at the top, the Describer RB, was just a teaching tool. It was just a thing that I gave to the people in my class to prove a point. This is what we're doing. We're describing the behavior that software will have. And by the way, on the last day, this thing that you got from me, that's just a toy. It's just to prove a point. The XUnit pattern is what we actually use to do this, and what we're writing are called tests. And so that was it. I thought I would never hear of this thing again. It would never leave the classroom. So, episode 2. Let's see. So I got contacted by a guy that we all know. He was a hero of mine. And I think at some Agile conference or something, he saw this thing from somebody who'd taken my class. And they said, hey, this is really cool. This is how we learned how to do TDD. And so he got in contact with me, and neither he nor I can remember whether he emailed me or called me on the phone because he's old as shit, or I think it was actually he contacted me. He told a mutual friend to please tell Stephen that I said this, and I told him, you can't download it. You shouldn't have even seen this thing. And so, when one of your heroes calls on you to do something, you fucking do it. So the next thing was to give it a name, and you're going to learn repeatedly today that I really suck at giving things names. And so I thought I was going to call it Describer. It was already called Describer. And I thought I'd do the cool thing of the day, like Flickr, right? And this was still a way better name than what it became. At the time, Bob Martin was running around saying TDD is about specification, not verification. Specification, not verification. Specification, not verification. And I agreed with that, but I think as an elder of the internet who grew up, implementing RFCs, I thought that the word specification was kind of a reserved word, and we shouldn't use it in new ways. And so I didn't think that we should use the word RSpec, but who am I to argue with Uncle Bob? So that's where RSpec came from. So I have so many, and as we've been out, drinking and eating and whatever for the last couple of days, and when I met the organizers of the conference on Zoom, I have so many fucking stories I can tell, and this is one of my favorites. And at least 3 times in the last 2 days, somebody has said to me, "Wow, that's a great story. You should add it to your talk." And I'm really sorry. I'm probably going to go a little bit over. But RubyConf 2005 was RSpec's coming out party. RSpec was released in the summer of 2005, and I went to RubyConf in San Diego, and I didn't know that anybody was using it. There were no talks scheduled about RSpec, but it had sort of spread across the Ruby community like a bad virus, and everybody was talking about it. Everybody was talking about it, and everybody was using it, and I became somewhat of a small-time superstar at this first conference I'd ever been at. And I didn't really give a shit, except as I'm walking through a hall one day, this very large man, hey, is it my mic? Oh, all right, let's do this, sorry. Cool, you go ahead. All right.
Maybe it's a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, the beard gets in the way again. All right. Thank you. Sorry. So, I'm walking across the room one day, and does everybody here know Jim Wyrick? Knew Jim Wyrick? Fuck, I miss that guy. He was one of my heroes, too. He should be everybody's hero. So, sorry. I was walking across the floor in between talks. I think I was going to get lunch. And Jim was a large man. And he was almost running to catch up with me. And he's a bit out of breath, and he said, Stephen, I really just wanted to ask your permission for something. I love RSpec. I love RSpec syntax. And I want to use it in FlexMock, and I just want you to tell me it's okay. And I said, it's just fucking syntax. Like, use whatever you want. And I was just so pleased that Jim Wyrick, who created everything that we've built all of our tools on, was talking to me. Oh, I'm missing a slide. Whoops. All right. So there was no talk about RSpec at RubyConf 2005, and Aslak Helisoy said, hey, everybody here loves RSpec, and we're talking about it. Let's go sit out on the second day. Let's go sit on the pool deck and talk about RSpec and BDD and stuff. And everybody kept walking up to me, are you going to the RSpec thing on the pool deck? And I said, no, I already know everything I need to know about RSpec. Thanks. And people kept, and as this was going on, the whole conference was there. It was the best attended talk at the conference. It wasn't on the schedule. It happened in between talks. And I was the only person that wasn't there. And so I figured, well, fuck it. I'm not going to sit here alone. I might as well go join the crowd. And you can see the skinny dude with very little beard and very little hair and the white shirt back to the camera. That's me. And a bunch of my heroes are in this picture. You'll see Nathaniel Talbot, who created the original test unit, in the red shirt. Red shirt on the white is Brian Merrick. Martin Fowler is in this picture somewhere, but he's obscured by somebody else. And so I was sitting there, and they were talking about BDD and RSpec, and Aslak was talking about it, and people kept asking questions, including this really grumpy English dude, who I didn't know. And he would ask a question, and Aslak was standing up the front, and I was sitting in the back, and grumpy English dude would ask a question, and Aslak would say, I don't know, Stephen, what's the answer? And I would answer it. And grumpy English dude would have to turn around in his chair. And at one point he pointed at me and said, can you go stand up there because I'm tired of turning my fucking neck? And so I ended up standing at the front of the room and talking about RSpec, which I did not go there to do. I didn't want to talk about RSpec. I didn't understand what the big fucking deal was because I don't use it. I do today. I didn't then. I'm now a user as of 2023. So that was how I got to meet Martin Fowler. So these slides are out of order, sorry. FlexMock, thanks to Jim, FlexMock is the official mock object framework for RSpec, even though RSpec has a mock object framework. That's not the official one because I said so. FlexMock is because Jim. So at RubyConf 2005, we also made it into a domain-specific language. I was talking to Joe O'Brien about DSLs, and he said, RSpec is perfect for a DSL, let's make one. And so we did. And later, the describe it pattern came out of it, but this was the first version of RSpec as a DSL. And there's a great talk coming up about DSLs this weekend as well, so that I'm looking forward to. And this is how RSpec became a DSL. I still didn't understand why people liked it. I thought it was a really good way to turn off, your brain's preconceptions about testing and stuff, and learn how to do testing. But I didn't understand why people actually used it in production. I still don't. So, fuck, I wish I had my notes. Hang on one second. Got it. So, I was working in an ad serving company in 2005, 2006 when I wrote RSpec. Well, when I released RSpec. And I've already apologized for it. If you look in your ad blocking lists, you'll see the word red vase, which is an anagram for ad serve, because I'm really great at naming things. Because this was one of the largest ad serving networks in the world at the time. I think it was second largest. And it was written in Java, and it was really slow, so we decided to rewrite it in Ruby. And I went away to a conference or something, or a vacation or something, and I came back, and my colleague on my team had replaced all the tests with RSpec. I said, what the fuck, dude? So I was fixing a bug in one of the ad filtering classes, and one of the salespeople came down who was describing the problem. She had reported the bug to me, and I opened up the test on the left, production code on the right, opened up the test, and she was reading over my shoulder, and she said, oh, that's wrong. That size is wrong, and the filtering is backwards. I said, how do you know? And she said, because it's written in your document here. And I said, that's the test. And she said, oh, I didn't know that was code. I thought that was just your notes. And I said, no, that was the test. And that's when I kind of realized that maybe there's some value here in doing this in the communication, the customer communication aspect of having a DSL, right? And so, and I still think that's a huge value today, is that normals, can read the tests. But you know what? If you use mini tests like I do, and write them really well and nicely, then you can read them. Normals can read them too. So RSpec is consistently in the top 10 Ruby gems that people love. Not on my list of top 10, but consistently in the top 10 in every survey that's ever done. More than 75% of new Rails projects choose RSpec instead of the defaults. I still don't know why. Every language has at least one RSpec clone. And I now use it, and I kind of like it. Mostly I use it because everyone else is using it, and so all the documentation you look at has RSpec examples, and so I can't run away from it. And I tried for a lot of years. So RSpec was a real problem for me because I wanted to build tools and software to help people and make people happier. And ideally, I want to build tools that helps people stop writing software so they can go play with their dogs. Because I really hate this industry. And I created RSpec, and I thought, you know what, this is not the last thing we're going to do. It's not even that interesting. RSpec is not interesting. RSpec is not important. What is important is, thank you, the describe it pattern, the DSL and the pattern. That's what's important. And I didn't realize in 2006, 2007 that I was going to be a one-trick pony, that this was the last anybody would ever see of me. And I knew that if RSpec was the last cool thing I did with my life, with my career, then my career was a complete failure. And that's how I felt about it for about the last 15 years. And it's not the last thing I created. So if you don't use RSpec, like a sensible person, and you use Minitest and you love it, you also use code I wrote, because I created Minitest mock. As long as you're writing tests in Ruby, which you should be, I'm ruining your life. So one of the reasons why I had such a bad relationship with RSpec was because I had terrible mentorship. I had a mentor at the time who, in the early days, was really good to me. He introduced me to people. He introduced me to Bob Martin. He introduced me to TDD. He bought me my first XP book. And when RSpec came out, he tried to take credit for it. And I kind of let him, because I thought, you know what, he created me and I created RSpec, so he kind of created RSpec. And he kept trying to put me down and take credit for what I did, and it was kind of an arsehole. And I'm not going to tell you his name. And if I did, you would say, who's that? And so I guess I won. I didn't have a vision for RSpec because it was just a teaching tool. I left RSpec in 2006, 2007, like a year or two after I released it, because I didn't have a vision for it. It was a teaching tool. It was supposed to help people learn about how to write tests better, and it did that. And I'm very proud of that. But I didn't have a vision for what was supposed to come in the future. I didn't know what I was supposed to do next. And when people reported bugs, it was like, why are you doing that? Why are you even using this thing? So I wasn't teaching TDD anymore, and this is kind of amusing. In 2008-ish, 2006, I kind of wound down teaching TDD, because in 2008, I was completely done. I have the opinion that anybody who's not doing TDD in 2006, 2008, the information's out there. The information's out there, the knowledge is out there, the books are out there, the tools are out there. Anybody who's not doing it is willfully ignorant. They're deliberately not learning how to do this wonderful practice. So fuck them, I'm not going to do teaching anymore. And I didn't need RSpec because I wasn't doing teaching. And I was afraid. I was afraid that I would never do another thing. I didn't want to be known as the RSpec guy. Now I'm, as my hair turns gray, I'm happy just to be known at all. But at the time, I didn't want to be known as the RSpec guy. I didn't want to be known as a Ruby developer. And I spent the last 2 years doing TypeScript. Fuck, I wish I was a Ruby developer. So I didn't want my focus being dragged into RSpec land, preventing me from doing the next great thing that I was never going to do because I'm a washed-up has-been. And so 2007, 2008, my final contribution and the best contribution I ever made to RSpec was to hand it over to David Shalimsky. And he was the lead maintainer for a decade, I think, until 2012, when other people who I don't actually know now maintain RSpec. There may be RSpec maintainers in the room right now, and are there any? No? Okay. I wouldn't know. I have no idea who the RSpec maintainers are now. My name is in the copyright statement on the README, and that's basically it now. So I sort of did this already because I wasn't looking at my notes, but I'm, was RSpec a success? What do people here think? Was RSpec a success? Okay. I'm not sure. Maybe it was successful. Everyone uses it. It's been cloned everywhere. In 2008, I was in Portland, Oregon. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit. I emailed Ward Cunningham and said, hey, want to go get a beer? And he said, yep, I'll be there, Green Dragon. See you there. And Ward is awesome. I got to meet some of the best people in the industry and had absolutely nothing to do with RSpec. It's because I emailed them. And I say, hey, what's up? And Ward came in and opened up his laptop and was showing me like swim lane testing, and we were pairing on something. My phone rang, and I picked it up, and it was my daughter. Hi, Daddy. What are you doing? Well, I'm having lunch and a beer with Ward. Who's Ward? I said, well, he invented the wiki. And she was 6 years old, and she said, does Wikipedia send him a check every month? And I said, that's a great question, I'll ask him. And I hung up. And Ward said, what are you supposed to ask me? So my daughter wants to know if Wikipedia sends you a check every month. And he closed his laptop lid, and he put his arm out, and he put his arm on my elbow, and he looked deep into my eyes, and he said, Stephen, I'm going to give you one piece of advice that I wish somebody gave me. Don't forget to get rich. I forgot to get rich. That was about 15 years ago. I also forgot to get rich. So now I'm giving this advice to you. Don't forget to get rich. So RSpec came along at the right time. We knew what TDD was. XP was, had been described, and it was out, and people knew what XP was, and we knew what TDD was. And we've been doing TDD as an industry in small parts of it for long enough that we started to see the pain of, some of the problems of TDD and the things that we don't do very well. And, so RSpec was perfectly timed. Not for any reason or deliberate action on my part. I got lucky. It was the right time. People were looking for it, and it was there. It was the right place. The Ruby community was the right place for it. RSpec would not exist if it wasn't for Ruby. It's been cloned in every other language now, but we needed to do it in Ruby first, because Ruby talks about expressiveness. Ruby talks about making people happy. There are two perfect languages in the world, Lisp and Smalltalk. Absolutely perfect. Something is perfect when nothing can be removed. Those are the two perfect languages. Every other language is a compromise, including Ruby. Ruby just happens to be the best compromise. Lisp and Smalltalk say, I'm perfect and I don't want to interact with the rest of the world because the rest of the world is imperfect. And Ruby says, I'm slightly imperfect too, and so everyone, let's all get together in the same room and make a mess. And I love Ruby for that. And Ruby was the right place for RSpec. And Rails was the right time and place for something like RSpec to take off, because the one thing that Rails gave us was convention over configuration. If we learn nothing else from Rails in the future, it's convention over configuration. And by convention, you got a test directory. And when you generated scaffold, you got tests generated for you. And so people who'd never heard of testing or TDD before would generate a new Rails project and see, hey, what is this folder called test? Oh, the documentation tells me to type rake test. I'm going to type rake test. Maybe I should go and learn more about this testing thing. And so Rails introduced a whole bunch of people to testing, and RSpec helped them understand how to do testing better. It was the right people. This community is the right people. Some of my best friends in my life came from the Ruby community. And I don't know that many people in this room, actually. It's pretty great to come back, and it's, there's so many people I've never met before. I got a lot of failures, too. I'm going to go through this quickly because I didn't have my notes. I'm running way long, I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna go through this one. My first Rails app wasn't a Rails app at all. I replaced Action View with GTK. Because I built a web app, and then the guy said, oh, no, this can't be a web app. It has to be a desktop app. And I said, oh, shit. Okay, so I just took Action View and made a GTK front end. Didn't release it. I made a restaurant app. I made an app recently, in the last couple of years. It used Git as the database and JSON because I wanted it to be infinitely scalable, and it was for like putting a restaurant to put a menu online. And I took it to a nerd club, and one of the nerds said, well, that's not web scale, bro. Nobody's going to use this. And I said, you know what, fuck you. And I went home and I deleted all the code. And that'll teach this guy that I've never seen before or since. And when I rage quit a project, and I've done this many times, I delete it from my hard drive, and then I go through my backups and delete it from the backups too, so I make sure I really did it. I'm a stubborn prick. The cool stuff I've done is in artifact generation. I really suck at naming things. I think that we need user manuals. One of the things that I'm working on right now, and I am going to release it, is I'm calling it living documentation, thanks to my friend Perry, because he's good at naming things. We're going to write a user manual, put the tests in the user manual. The test suite is going to generate the user manual. Compliance documents. We did credit card compliance and stuff that way. And flipbooks for design review. When I do Rails apps, the designer gets from the test suite, gets a screenshot of every screen, and they can take a look and see which things are wrong. Codalytics is another one that I wrote, went to sell it to a client. It was basically like Code Climate, but before Code Climate existed, and it was better. Went to a client, and the guy said, oh, can I use this thing to tell me how many commits each of my developers has? And I said, yeah, sure. And then he said, can I use this to see how many lines of code each of my developers is writing? And I said, yeah, sure. And then I realized what he was asking me, and I went home and I deleted it from all my backups and never tried to sell it. So how do you limit failure? Extrinsic motivation. RSpec exists because one of my heroes told me, this is cool and I want to see it out in the wild, you have to release it. So, that's what I want to say, that's what I want you all to leave here with. Whatever you're thinking about, share it. Write the blog, write the tweet, email me, email somebody. Get your ideas out there. Don't delete them. Don't delete them from your backups. Don't run away from the things that you're creating. Create new things and share them. What would make your life easier? Create it. Scratch your own itch. Want to do something? Do it. And I want to be, if you built something, release it. I want to be that person for you. Somebody I trusted and respected said, this thing that you built is great. Please release it. Some people in this room might trust and respect me for some reason. I'm telling you, I want you to take the thing that you're working on and release it. Send it out there in the world, and maybe it'll be really big in a way that you don't understand. Maybe people will use it and you don't know why. And so I want to be there for anyone else who wants to do these kinds of things. If you want to, what's it like to release a Ruby gem? What's it like to build a community? What's it like to build a thing that people use? What's it like to walk away from a project and see it live on after you're done? Send me an email. I want to help you with these things because I had help with these things when I was coming up. Just ask me. And ask the people that you trust and respect. I got to have lunch with Ward Cunningham because I emailed him and said, hey, I love your work. You've really made an impact on my life. Can I take you out for lunch? And he said, hell yes, will you pair with me? When Kent Beck was in town one time, I emailed him and I said, hey, I saw that you're in town. Can we go get a beer? I've met all of my heroes because I sent them an email and said, you've done great things for me. Can I do something nice for you? Can I take you out for beer? Can I buy you dinner? Can I, can I just let you know that you've done something for me? And I got to meet all the great people. It's amazing. So just ask. If there's somebody whose work you love, ask them. Tell them and ask them, can I just let you know? Or You've done this before. Can you help? Most people will do that. I want you to create things and share them and do it all over again. Because that's what I wish I had done more of. I ran away from RSpec because I didn't want to be a one-trick pony. I'm a one-trick pony because I never released anything else. And I'm going to steal this one from Tim Apple. I can't wait to see what you do with this encouragement. I can't wait to see what comes in the future of this community and what people are going to release and where Ruby is going to be on its 40th anniversary. I can't wait. So thanks for listening to me.
Chuck. Are you open for a couple of questions?
Yeah, sure.
We still have time. So.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see the clock. I thought it was running way out of time.
That's okay. Maybe it's better. So we're going to have a couple of questions, but let me start first. So you mentioned that Ruby is supposed to be, and actually made to make people happy.
Yeah.
So it's like human-centric language that is supposed to be engineer's friend. So how did, if it's true for your case, how did Ruby make you happy?
How did Ruby make me happy? Ruby makes me happy because for two reasons. The language makes me happy because every thought that I have in my head, I can express it. It's the easiest, it's the closest thing to getting what's in my brain into the computer. But the most important thing is the community. The nicest, friendliest people that I've ever met came from this community. And some of them, like Jim, aren't with us anymore. But we all know Jim's still with us because we all use the things that he created. And he's been gone now for like 10 years. And the best friends that I have were made in this community. And so it's the expressiveness and the community. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, community is a gem. So, and raise your hand. We have a mic. And if you have questions, we can have it live. Any questions, guys? There we go.
So you mentioned you ran away from RSpec. Are you planning to coming back, get more involved?
Nope. It's done. RSpec for me was done in 2008. Everything that that's been done since was like, oh, we have to support the dumb new hash syntax in Ruby, or Rails made a breaking change and DHH wrote a blog about it and we have to fix that. Like those kinds of things, RSpec is done for me. Because I didn't have my notes, I forgot to tell about this. I never used it. I used it because everybody else uses it, but I never put it in a project until this year. This is the first time I ever did, gem install RSpec, ever, on a project. And I kind of like it, but only because everybody else is using it too, right? But no, I don't think I'm going back. If somebody asked me to, if somebody said, I really wish RSpec did this, then I would do that for them. But I don't know what I would do with RSpec. I have no idea. It's been 15 years.
So I really wish that RSpec had a better diff when we have like compound matchers.
Yeah. Yep.
So please do that.
Minitest has really good diff output. So just do like I do and use Minitest.
Okay, so we might have one more question. Oh.
Is it me? Okay. So now that you are an RSpec user, how has that user experience been for you since you've created it? And you might be biased, I know, but how does it feel to use it?
It's pretty good because of the great work done by everybody but me. The user experience is pretty good. The thing that, and the reason why I never really used it until this year, I used it this year because it's easier to plug into, and I'm building some new things, and I find RSpec a little bit easier to plug into than Minitest. And everyone's using RSpec, so the next thing I build has to use RSpec. That's why I'm using it. The user experience is okay. I don't like that it's non-default. Most people use and like RSpec. I do kind of wish that Rails would make RSpec default. Or people would stop using RSpec. I don't believe in adding dependencies. Like I take every dependency I add to my gem file in a project with a dumb truckload of salt. I want to say, look, there will come a day when I'm responsible for maintaining this thing that I just installed. And so I'm very careful about which dependencies I take in. And RSpec is an extra non-default dependency, and that's why it bothers me. So I wish that either people would stop using it or Rails would make it default. But otherwise, being non-default, the user experience is really great. I was surprised, because I use Scaffold. So any newbies out there, if people are telling you don't use Scaffold, use Scaffold. I use Scaffold all the time. And it was really cool that Scaffold generates the RSpec. If you're using RSpec in Rails, generating Scaffold gives you RSpec descriptions instead of Minitest tests. And I thought that was awesome. So they did a really great job of it. And I had not a single thing to do with it. And it feels really great. That's one of the, I talk a lot about, sadness and regret about RSpec and my time with it. But it's pretty amazing to throw something over the wall and run away from it and see it explode, to the point where everyone knows RSpec and nobody knows who the fuck I am. And that's awesome, and I love it. So.
And now I think we fixed it. So, guys, give some applause to Steven. Steven, thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank you. Awesome.
So now we're going to have 10 minutes lunch break. And after that, after 10 minutes, we're starting on conference pitches. So those who want to pitch, please come here to the table. We start a little bit of explaining and registration, and then we go for the pitches on the main stage. So 10 minutes for the break, and those who want to pitch, please come to me. With the votes, but yeah, just in case if you miss that, yeah, use that. So I'm inviting everybody to come. So people who are downstairs, please join us. We are going to start our unconference pitches in 2 minutes. So please join the main stage. So we have 5 slots, 6 speakers. If you feel like in the middle of pitching, you want to jump in, don't limit yourself. Just stand up, get there, and when it turns, when the lines gets to you, you will be on the stage. So, okie doke. Who wants to be first for the unconference pitches? Who want to present first? You ready? Okay. Mariusz. No. Okay, let's go. So give some applause, and as soon as you start, introduce yourself and the topic. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hey, I'm Joshua. I'm the standard engineer with imposter syndrome standing right in front of you. And I would like to talk about the first ever published version of Rails, Rails 0.5. It was just Ruby. I downloaded it. I had to research a bit, and I let it run locally, and I will show you my journey on how to dig it up, install it, and run it, and we will have a look at some Ruby code. So let me talk about Rails 0.5. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So hand over the mic to the next one. Do not forget to register yourself for the voting. There we go.
Hello. Right, that's bright light. So yeah, hands up if you've never gotten a property name wrong in your front-end code, or you've never assumed that something was null, but actually sometimes your backend does return nulls. I can't see any hands up. Doesn't surprise me. I've made a lot of these mistakes. They've not all made it into production. Sometimes you find out locally first, but still, the feedback loop can be quite long. You make a change, you refresh a page, you click around in your app, and then you make that AJAX request that returns something you didn't expect. And this talk that I'm proposing is really about finding those mistakes earlier, which I call sort of end-to-end typing for web applications. So it's really about knowing what the data in your front end is. When is it a string, when is it a number, when is it an object, and when is it an array of objects? What things are optional, what things are not optional. So spoiler alert, a lot of this revolves around TypeScript. I know DHH doesn't like TypeScript, but he's not here, haven't seen him. And I think it's pretty cool and really helps them move quickly and refactor aggressively without breaking things. TypeScript is kind of only as good as the types you write. So you can still have your front end and back end disagree, just in a different way. And so what this talk is also about is how do we make this a nice flow from a developer experience point of view? How can we generate things automatically so we don't have to just hope that the types over here and the types over there line up? So yeah, I'll show you after a bit of intro to TypeScript. I'll show you how you can make everything line up nicely, enforce things automatically, and some cool tricks we can play with that. So yeah, vote for me. And I've also got kitten pictures in my slides, if you like cats.
Say your name again, and thank you very much. So, okay, sorry, what is your name again for people?
Frederick. Yeah, I'm Frederick.
Okay, and for everybody, so you introduce yourself first, you explain the topic, and then you say your name second time, so people recognize you after they vote, or when they vote. Okay, who is the next one? There we go, there is Mike, pick it up, and stage is yours.
3 minutes.
Up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Andy. I'm from Germany and currently on a 100 days of code challenge, around 60 days. And I did a sabbatical, and then at the end of the sabbatical, I thought maybe just focus on Ruby and Rails, and now Stimulus. So my daily job is to talk to GPT and work things out with him or her or it as a pairing partner. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, good. Short as the king. So don't forget to say your name one more time. Okay, so, and we're open for the next one.
Hello, I'm Andres. I've been like Ruby developer for more than 15 years, and about 10 or 11 years ago, I presented a talk in one of the local Ruby conferences about how to become a Ruby wizard. And it's basically been inspired by one of the talks, like also more than 10 years ago, about WTFs of JavaScript. If you know about na 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 na, that's the talk. And it mostly explores more unknown bits of Ruby and how you can use them in production, or why you shouldn't use them in production. So that's my pitch, and yeah, Anders again.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello there. So my name is Michał Łęcicki, and on daily basis I am a software developer. But if you choose my presentation, I have a topic that is slightly less technical, because I want to show you how event storming looks like. So how we can use this workshop technique to discover business processes and then translate them into the code. Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Hello, just let me snap a picture so my mom knows where I am. Okay, my name is Giorgio, I come from Italy, and I know nothing about Ruby, absolutely nothing. And I work for a company in Italy that organize conferences in Italy, and they say, you should go to Vilnius and see how Euruko is, grab ideas, meet people, and come back to Italy. So that's a good idea to be here and show my face to everyone. But I have also a story, because 23 years ago I was a software developer, and not Ruby. And after a couple of years I was developing software, I realized I didn't like it completely. That was not what I wanted to do. And so actually I was also a good software developer, because my boss offered me a really good contract. He offered me a lot of money, and I say, okay, thank you, but I quit, because this is not what I want to do. And after 23 years, I lived a lot of different lives. I've been a photographer, an art director, I've been a community manager. I'm a community manager now. I organize wine events. I did websites too. And I realized that all the things I've done in life in the past 23 years, I have to thank the fact that I was a web developer. And in my story, if you vote for me, I will show you how the skills, these important skills I got when I was developing software, helped me in every step of my careers. So if you want to vote for me, my name is Giorgio, and thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Guys, raise your hand if you've been to Ruby Day in Italy. Before that. Have you visited that? Okay. Couple of hands. You have to do that next time. So, please, next.
Okay. Hello. My name is Chikahiro. I'm from Japan. I'm currently living in Berlin. So my topic is talking about for the anonymizing database. May I ask, so do you have the experience to want to have the production-like database? Let's say, so you have the slow queries and you want to optimize, and you don't have the enough data set like a production, and you can't produce. This is maybe one scenario. Or there's any other, like if you want to reproduce some like bugs and which related to the data, then you won't have the production like database. So, and of course, you can't use a production data. And how you do that? Anonymizing database is one way. If you want to have it, so this talk is for you. First, I would explain So how to do that? I made an open source project for this, and then you can use it for this. And second, I would explain for the what is the internal architectures, and also for the anonymizing, there are several approaches to do that. I also explain for this, and also like when I developing this tool, I do some like practice like for the TDDs or Unix philosophies. I would explain as well. So if you're interested to having the anonymizing database, this talk is for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please next.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander and I flew here from Tokyo, Japan, but I'm originally from Australia. If you like making money and not running Rails new for every new project you spin up, please come to my talk. It's called Sinatra is All You Need. That is all I need to say, so thank you very much.
Wow, very nice. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Paweł. I came from Warsaw, Poland. Have you had a chance to play Tetris on Ruby, the Euruko game? Awesome. So I had the pleasure of writing that. It's Ruby with just a sparkle of Rails and one secret ingredient. So I would love to talk about how it was made, how it works, that it's not JavaScript, and it's actually Ruby. So guys, if you like to play games, and if you like Ruby, then just vote for me. My name is Paweł. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Johnny. I flew in from Tokyo, and my talk is called Ruby Multithreading, and So Can You. So have you ever had a rake task or something where you want to send 10,000 emails, but each email takes a little bit of time to send, and so you want to have some way to do it multi-threaded so you can send a bunch of mails at once and not wait for the I.O. to complete? Well, my talk will explore just simple ways we can write pure Ruby code, no outside gems, to implement a producer-consumer pattern, which will help you do it much faster. So that's my talk. Please vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Alexander Repnikov, I came from Warsaw, and my topic is active record includes. Probably sounds very simple, but in general, there is hidden quite issue with includes. You can introduce by mistake if you are not conscious. So what you will learn, you will see some fundamental, which you probably know already. We will talk more about how includes work at the bottom. And then I will tell you a story from my project where we had the problem just because of introducing includes in a query. We're supposed to improve load time, but we time out that page. So it will be interesting. And what most important, you can't test this, so you can't automate to catch this error. You need to be conscious and see those red flags if you introduce such issue. Thank you. I'm Alexander. Vote for me.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mariusz Kozieł. I also came from Warsaw, Poland. I'm a CTO of Visuality, the software house who specializes in Ruby, of course. But I also am main organizer of Ruby Warsaw meetups. And I would like to share our story, how we reactivate the community and how we create our first conference. There will be also some kind of tricks and tips, and I will try to explain why it is so important to attend, to present, and to organize, and to be part of it. But you are the right people, so you are here, you like to learn, so I hope you will choose me.
Thank you. Raise your hand if you've been to Warsaw meetups. Have you ever been there? Okay, well done. And you, for those who never been there, it's really things you have to do in your checklist. Sure, get up on stage.
Hey, yeah, I just popped up. Hey, my name is Adrian. I'm the host of Friendly RB, a tiny boutique international conference in Bucharest that's happening next week. So if you don't get your fix here, you can come with me to Bucharest. It's going to be cool, about 140 people. Today, I would like to talk to you about building Rails apps 10 times faster. I'll speak about how internal tools usually decay over time. Nobody writes documentation, nobody writes tests for them. This happens in all types of organizations. And then we're going to do some live coding. We're going to build an app together. It's going to be a cool little booking app. You'll see that's going to be production ready, end user ready. And yeah, we're just going to have some fun. So my name is Adrian. Build Rails apps 10 times faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for those, sorry, I'm just doing this kind of a poll, live poll. So is anybody going to Friendly RB? It's happening really soon. Okay, cool, nice. Good for you guys. Have fun. Who is next? Do we still... Anybody who feels like want to jump into the stage? Good. Okay, so I think we all, okay, coming in. Yay!
Hello, my name is Yaroslav. I'm the creator of Super Rails YouTube channel, and I can talk today about my struggles, journey in finding my latest Ruby on Rails job. So I've been working with Ruby on Rails for like 7 or 8 years now, but at all levels it can be quite a challenge to find the right position. And I'm going to talk about getting your foot into the ground as a junior developer and tips and tricks about finding a job.
Cool. Oh, can you come in for the registration? Just, Yaro, coming in here. We need you to register. So the last chance for today. No, is there like a huge QR code you will see? So I think we're good. And let me show you pretty quickly. So there is a Google form that we will populate just in a couple of minutes, 10 minutes. And after that, you can find this QR code on the cardboard stands, or it's going to be here, or ask anybody. So that's the form for you to vote. So now it's going to be like populated as we register in all speakers. And you can use that. So for tomorrow pitches, so I think today we've done it really well. Let's give a little bit of applause for everybody who were on the stage, guys. Thank you very much. That was cool. So the traditional unconference format also includes pitches for those that you would like to hear. And that's kind of a tricky one. So we did not include it in the first day because it requires a little bit more management stuff. But if you'd like to play this tomorrow, the next day, you can also do a pitch here for what you want to hear from the stage. So we can say like, hey, is there anybody who created RSpec, for example, right? Would be great to hear the story. And then those people who feel that like they can contribute to this topic, so now we vote for topics, and then we can vote also for questions. So let's try it out tomorrow. Let's see how it goes today. But just to make sure like it's completely full experience for the unconference format, we'll do that tomorrow. So for now, we're gonna be a little bit busy registering the unconference pitches, and you have around like 10 minutes, short break before our next speaker. So take your time, have some coffee or fresh air, and get back to the stage in 10 minutes. It's a little bit early in the schedule, but that's good for us. So thank you very much, and see you in 10 minutes. That we try to did a little bit interesting design for voting. I don't know if you have recognized cats in the type form. Let me explain how it works. So this is the QR code that you scan, and you will get to the type form. So we use type form for the voting. So exactly the same platform we're going to use for voting as well for the city pitches. So you click start, and then it gives you title and the name of a person and the cat rating. So it consider cats to be a star, but I think a cat is better than a star. So you choose how many cats you give to a particular talk. Like if we give this 5 cats, it's good. And then it gives you the next one. And so you can measure with number of cats how many cats you get for every potential speakers. And then we'll see who's get the bigger number of the cats will be listed in the talk. So don't be confused with the cats, because some people thought those cats are speakers and we need to unveil some of them. It is not like that. So it's just like ratings. But so let's move on. And for now, we are going to have our next speaker. And to manage a Q&A session, there is a QR code that during the talk, if you have something that you would like to ask, please scan the QR code and send it. And so if we have time, before the end of the talk, a speaker will answer that. I will read it from the type form. If we're running a little bit tight on schedule, before lunch we have expo stage completely empty, and a speaker can go to the expo stage, and people with the questions can go there and have a networking and talk. So let me ask you a question. How many of you are really using passwords? Okay, and do you recall your passwords? Can you memorize it and then use as a human being inserting that manually? Okay, they might be a little bit different approach. So please welcome Carla, our next speaker.
Hello. Ooh, okay. Okay, let's make sure this works.
It's warming up. You good?
1 second. I lost my talk, but don't worry. That one's fine too. It's loading, just to make me more nervous, you know, this. All right. I am lucky enough to have my notes. Haha, Steven. All right. So, hello everyone. How's everyone doing? I'm happy to be the first one after the keynote. So, today I'm here to make you dream of a world. Can you hear me? Okay. And it's one world where you don't have to use passwords anymore. Now, you might think that someone who works, for example, in an identity and management access company would know a lot about passwords and how to get around with passwords and so on. But I want to tell you about one of the many stories I've had with passwords, and I'm pretty sure you have dealt with this as well. And it's one of those things when you wish you didn't have to rely on your memory to do something as simple as paying with your credit card. Okay. So a few months ago, I was in a furniture shop, and I went to the self-checkout cashier, and I wanted to pay with my credit card. So I'm using the contactless thingy, And usually it doesn't ask me for a PIN, but of course that time it asked me for my PIN. And I didn't remember my PIN. I just didn't. So I'm like, okay, let me go to the bank's application and check my PIN. I go to my phone, get to the app, and I normally sign in with my fingerprint, and this time I was required to use my password, which of course I didn't remember either. So here I am in this self-checkout cashier, and I'm starting to sweat because it's been around 10 minutes of me trying to figure out how to pay. And I eventually managed to pay, but not before getting a 6-digit code sent to my phone, so I can then unlock the app, so I can then use my PIN. And this isn't the first time that this happens to me. And yes, I do use a password manager to store my passwords, but I just didn't store that particular password. I forgot to do it. And the truth is, passwords suck. Does anyone agree with that? Yes, you're my people. They do suck. And one of the problems with them, is that they rely on your memory. We have to remember our passwords, we have to make up long passwords, and it's just, with everything that we have in our minds, with our day-to-day things, it's just easy to forget. Passwords can also be vulnerable, and so they could be stolen by and then used by unauthorized people. The ticky, ticky, ticky. Okay. Is this muted now? Hi. Hello. Hi. Okay. Let me switch hands. All right. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Passwords suck because they can also be reused by unauthorized people. This clicker is great. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Carla, and I work as a senior developer advocate for OutZero by Okta, which happens to be an identity and access management company. So you would think I would, get around with passwords very good, but I don't. I also been working as a software engineer for the past 10 years or so. Sometimes I make YouTube videos, and you can find me as Carla Stabile almost everywhere, because in some places it was taken, but Before we dive in, I have a few disclaimers to make. The first one is, I might simplify certain things to try to explain them in an easier way. And the second one is, whenever you see a QR code, feel free to scan it, because I brought a bunch of resources. I will also share these slides on my Twitter or somewhere. We'll get around that. So any resource that I share here is also available to you all. What we're going to be talking about today. So first things first, I'm going to share my dislike for passwords. Already started doing that. And then we have a bunch of to-dos. Okay. There? Okay. We have a bunch of to-dos. We are going to talk about alternatives, and I'm going to talk about these two things called WebAuthn and passkeys eventually. So, if we don't use passwords, what is the alternative? I think the slide already gave you the spoiler, but it could be passwordless, which could be pretty self-explanatory. But if we get to a fancier definition of that, passwordless authentication is any form of authentication that doesn't require the user to provide a password at login. And now there are some different types of way you can implement passwordless authentication. Some of them are, for example, when you use a magic link to send to your email to log in, or when you get a code through an SMS to your phone. But there are many other ways to implement passwordless authentication. Where am I pointing? Okay. Now, I do think passwordless is better, and I have a few reasons to believe that. The first thing is, it improves the user experience. So for your users, They only need to remember their email or their phone number if they want to log in, or maybe their username if we want to get creative. So there's no need to remember passwords, there's no need to remember anything else. That's on one side. I also believe that this clicker hates me. Okay, can I get to see my slides in the TV? Because I'm like, come on. You know what? Okay. So I also believe passwordless is more secure. And I will expand on that in a minute. But for now, I think we can all agree that passwords can be vulnerable. We reuse passwords. And we can also share them with other people. And if you use any streaming services, you know that's the truth. Over 90% of web application attacks are due to credential abuse, like stealing your passwords. Now, passwordless, it's more secure because you need to add a second factor to prove your identity. And I'll expand on that in a minute. Another reason why passwordless is better is because it reduces the cost of ownership, both in time and emotionally. Managing passwords is expensive, and we were having conversations about this yesterday with some folks. You have to handle password expiration, password reset policies, you have to hash them, you have to store them. Please don't store them in plain text, please. And yet, you can use a gem for that to help you out, but it's still annoying to deal with. But it can also be incredibly scary. How many of you have had to implement an authentication system for your application? Okay. And I don't know about you all, but every time I had to do that, I'm like, ooh, did I miss anything? Is this secure enough? Is this vulnerable? It's just stressful. It's stressful. And if you have felt the stress, you're probably wondering, okay, if passwordless is the alternative, how does it work? Before we get into how does that work, we need to talk about authentication factors. And there are mainly 3 authentication factors. And those are knowledge, that is, you need to prove you are who you say you are using something that you know, like the answer to a security question or a password. There's possession, and that is proving your identity with something that you own, like a device. And then there's inherence, and that is proving your identity with something that you are, something that is inherent to you, like any biometric, like your fingerprint or your face, if you use Face ID recognition. And now, because in passwordless we're getting rid of the password, we're getting rid of the knowledge factor. So we're only using a possession factor. We can authenticate with something that we own, or the inherence factor. We can authenticate just by existing and using your fingerprint. Okay, you can see this image correctly. And there are a few different ways you can implement these factors. And like I said, there are a few ways to implement passwordless. There's sending magic links. There is sending one-time codes and push notifications and using authenticator apps and whatnot. But you're already I'm already giving you a little bit of a spoiler with this image. But the thing is that when you combine multiple factors, you are adding another layer of security to your system. But depending on the authenticator type and factor that you use, you can increase what is known as the level of assurance. And the level of assurance refers to how confident you are that this user is who they say they are and not an attacker or someone just messing up with your system. One of the ways to increase that level of assurance is by using public key cryptography. I'm not going to go in depth about this one, but chances are that if you've used Git or GitHub, you've used a form of public key cryptography, which with SSH keys, for example. And in a nutshell, in a public key cryptography, there is a public key, and that is public for anyone can see that. And there is a private key that is only known to you, and you need to store that securely. And any information that you encrypt with your private key can only be decrypted with your public key, and vice versa. So, we talked about having multiple authentication factors. We like that. And then we add public key cryptography to, just make things more secure. But we also want to make this phishing resistant. And for a system to be phishing resistant, every party involved in the authentication process needs to prove identity. But they also need to prove intent through deliberate action. And this sounds very fancy, but what it means is that you need to somehow assert or confirm that you want to authenticate or that you want to create a new credential. And this is where WebAuthn comes up. WebAuthn is actually short for Web Authentication API. And it is a browser-based API that allows servers to register and authenticate using public key cryptography instead of a password. This is a W3 recommendation that's been around for a few years already. And I might throw a bunch of questions to you, but I'm curious to know if you've heard or used WebAuthn as of today. Okay, I see a few hands. Are you guys from 1Password or something? Okay. Because they were like, yeah. So yeah, WebAuthn uses public key cryptography to register and authenticate credentials, and it also uses a hardware authenticator that could look like this. Another question to the audience, anyone owns one of these? Okay, now these are called security keys, and we have a few of them in this picture. We have Google's Titan, we have the YubiKey by Euruko, which is this one I have right here. But what this device does is, this is the one that is going to be in charge of creating that key pair of public and private keys, and to store them securely so you can authenticate. These type of authenticators, like the YubiKey, are known as roaming authenticators. But you can also use an authenticator like your Mac, for example, with the what's the name? Touch ID. And this would be known as a platform authenticator. But I've been talking a lot about WebAuthn, but I want to show you how it looks like in action with a little demo. And finger crossed that this video works. So we're going to see. Hi. No, it's because I think I have my speaker notes here. But it should work in the... Hello? Okay. Believe it or not, there's a video in there. Oh yeah, there you can see it. Yeah. Okay, wait. I'm gonna show you the video like this. Where am I? Let's click play. But before I got distracted, what I'm trying to do is show you how WebAuthn works and how to create a new WebAuthn credential. So, nope. It just doesn't want to. Go to the slideshow. Doesn't want to. Please play. I am connected to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, let's reload it a little bit.
The Wi-Fi?
No, the slide.
Okay. I need to drag it back. Where am I? Does that work? Don't you just love this to happen? This is the best. I love it. Okay, let's try to refresh. Am I still online? Okay. Let's see. La 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 la. And The weird thing is we actually tested this just this morning, and of course it worked. And it doesn't work here either. Okay. You know what? I have the videos downloaded, so I might just...
Do you have it saved on?
Yes, I do have this saved, because we don't trust the internet sometimes. Da 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 da. One sec while I find this. Can you see what I'm doing? No.
Yeah, let's try it out again. So that's the slide.
Okay. No, let's go to... Let's see if we can play it there. You have to click on it.
Check. Okay, so yeah, it happens from time to time with the internet. So we'll switch to another internet next time. But maybe at this stage you have any questions? We had one I've checked on the type forum about any password managers, but I encourage you to use the QR code if the one that we had for the questions to Carla while we're fixing that. And yeah, and also for the forum about the unconference talks. So one thing, while I have a chance to hold the mic, is that we have expo stage, which is the second stage. And this expo stage is empty in the morning until the after lunchtime. So it's completely yours. So if you want to gather people to have a fishbowl talk, or if you want to have a panel discussion talk, just come to me or anybody from the organizing team and say like, hey, I need 1 hour for the expo stage in the morning. I want to do some raffle, or I want to do some coding exercise, or I want to do something that, for example, you know, I want to bring a problem and talk to the people. So don't miss this opportunity. So for tomorrow, even still today, the expo stage is empty, and you can use it for any purpose that you have. And let's see if we can do anything. Oh, you're switching to the offline version, right? Yeah. Okay. So good. We going to have a couple of interesting raffles with the very good things ready to hang out to the audience. So also,
Okay, let's give this a try. One more. Yeah? You have a question? Fingers crossed. Yeah, everyone please.
This is why I didn't want to do a live demo, and as you see. Okay. Yeah, this is working, yes! Okay, good. We did it. But we gotta be quick. So, what I'm doing here, I'm gonna start the video again, and now this is where it's not gonna load again. No. Okay, so what I wanna show you here is how to register a new WebAuthn credential. I'm gonna use just the username, no password, and the browser is gonna ask me if I want to create a new credential. So I'm gonna click on continue. Next, I need to use my fingerprint, touch my MacBook's Touch ID, and then I will be sign in. Later on, when you want to authenticate, the process is a little bit similar. But we go to sign in, and we're gonna use the same username, Euruko 2023. But now the browser is not gonna ask you to create anything new, just to use your fingerprint instead of a password. I mean, you can use the password, but who wants to do that? Let's face it. And now, this looks pretty simple from here, but let me show you how it looks like under the hood, like what is going on in that interaction. So, when you want to create a new WebAuthn credential, the first thing that needs to happen is that the user sends their username to the client, the browser. And so the browser then sends that information over to the server, which in the context of WebAuthn, we're gonna call the relying party. The relying party then sends a cryptographically random challenge to the client. So the client can send it to the authenticator. That could be a YubiKey like that or your Mac. Now, before the authenticator actually does anything with this information, if you remember, I talked about intent through deliberate action, and you need to assert that you want to do this. So there has to be some sort of user interaction. I need to touch my YubiKey, or I need to put my fingerprint on my MacBook Touch ID to assert, to confirm that I want this credential to be created. After that, the authenticator then generates the key pair that it's going to use, and then sends that information back to the browser. And it also signs that challenge with those key pairs that were created. So we're gonna send back the signed challenge, the public key, and a private key ID. Note that the private key is never leaving the authenticator. We're only saying an identification so we can use it later on. The client then sends that back to the relying party or your server, and then you can store that information, like the public key and the private key ID. Later, when you want to authenticate or log in, the user once again sends their username to the browser or the client, and the client sends that information to the relying party, and the relying party recognizes that there has been already a user registered with these credentials, so it sends back a new challenge to be signed and the private key ID, because we need to make sure that the challenge is signed with the same key pair that it was used when created. We send that back to the authenticator, and then again, there has to be a form of user interaction. So you tap your YubiKey or you touch your MacBook's Touch ID, sign the challenge, and send that information back to the browser. We send the signed challenge along with the private key, with the public key, and that to the relying party. So then the relying party can again verify, okay, this public key is actually the one that was used to sign the initial challenge that was used when creating the credential. So this is more or less what is happening under the hood. And this happens in the following way. So the communication between the client and the authenticator happens through an application protocol called the Client to Authenticator Protocol, or CTAP2. And the communication between the client and the relying party happens through the WebAuthn standard. Now, these two standards, the CTAP2 and WebAuthn, comprise what is known as FIDO2. And FIDO2 was created by the FIDO Alliance, and
unfortunately, I can't see my notes anymore, so that's karma. But Fido and I have a similar goal, which is getting rid completely of passwords. So as for now, if you want to learn more, you can scan the QR code, learn more about that. But as for now, I'm happy if you just remember that there is something called FIDO2, because we're going to get into that in a second. Okay, so I show you how WebAuthn looks like. I showed you what's going on under the hood. But I said it was an API. So how does the API actually look like? It has a few methods, but the main ones are navigator.credentials.create and navigator.credentials.get. Now the create method works to create those public key credentials, and the get method is used later on for authentication. I did mention that this was a browser-based API. That means that it's exposed through JavaScript. I'm sorry. Don't despair though, because there is a gem. Of course there is a gem. And this gem makes your Ruby or your Rails application or your web server become a WebAuthn relying party. So if you remember from that little diagram I showed you, the relying party was the one on the right. So this is the role that your Ruby app would have. I brought some code that I want to show you. And actually, the demo that didn't want to play in the beginning was actually built with the demo code used from this app. I'll just tweak it a little bit to, I made it purple. So feel free to check that out. But if we want to look at some code, if you happen to want to make your Ruby application a relying party, it would look more or less like this. So let's say you have a registrations controller and you have a create action. So you're going to create a new user, getting the username from the parameters, and then what you're going to do is you're going to use a relying party that you can define in your application controller. And with the gem, what you need to do is to specify who is this relying party. So we're going to say that the origin, in my case, was going to be localhost, and the name is WebAuthn demo because I am not that creative. So next up, we are going to use the options for registration method. And what we're doing there is we're kind of like setting up the payload that we're going to send over to the WebAuthn API. And we're sending here a few things. First thing is the user, so we're going to send the name, and we're going to use the username from parameters. The next thing is an ID, and you can use the WebAuthn gem to generate this ID, because the important thing about this ID is that it's something that is, it could be completely random, but the important thing is that it doesn't contain any type of sensitive data. It's not, it doesn't have any way to identify your user from an external point of view. Another thing we are going to specify is the authenticator selection, and you see we're sending user verification required. So with the WebAuthn API, you can specify which type of authenticator you want to use. So if I say that the user verification is required, I couldn't use, for example, something like a YubiKey, because user verification doesn't necessarily mean user interaction. With the verification, I probably need to use something like my MacBook's Touch ID because it actually asserts that I am who I am. So that's on your server side. And like I said, it's JavaScript. So somehow in your front end, don't ask me how because I don't know JavaScript, but somehow you are going to need to call the WebAuthn API. If you use React, there's a bunch of libraries there. I'm sure there's a bunch of libraries for all the other frameworks. But this is more or less how it looks like. And you can see the mapping is very similar. So we're calling navigator.credentials.create, and we're wrapping that into a public key object. So we're passing over the challenge. I actually missed that from the server side. You need to get the challenge before you send that to the browser. And here's where you use it. So we send the challenge, and as I said, this is a random value. We send information about the relying party with the name and the ID. Like I said, I was using localhost. Information about the user, and again, the authenticator selection. There is a bunch of other objects and parameters that you can configure here. and you can check that out in a bit. And once this happens, this is where that whole browser interaction starts to happen, when you have to use your fingerprint and so on. And so you get back a response with the public data that we talked about, the public key and the private key ID. So you can store that in your database and not be concerned that anyone will get that, because there's nothing to get, basically. Now, when you want to authenticate with a WebAuthn credential, let's say that you have a sessions controller and you have a create action. So you're going to fetch your user from your database, and once again, we're going to initialize the call for the get method with the options for authentication method here. And what we're saying is we're going to allow this user, the user with the WebAuthn credential, and this method is just making a reference to the WebAuthn.generate user ID we used in the registration process. We're also saying that we want to use the user verification again, and we're going to get that challenge. So we pass that along to our view, and once again, somehow front end needs to do this at some point. And you see that the call is very similar. Once again, you can add a bunch of other stops. One different thing here is the transport, and that's, again, you can specify which type of authenticator you want to use. You can use it through USB, Bluetooth, or NFC. Okay, so I do think WebAuthn is actually better than passwords. And first of all, it uses private public key based authentication. And we know that the private key remains in the authenticator, so that's good. And we also know that you make it phishing resistant, because there has to be that user interaction in the middle. Everyone in the authentication process has to do something. Then you only store public data in your database, and it overall offers a better user experience. But most importantly, no more passwords. Yes. Now, if we go back to my agenda, as you can see, I have shared my dislike for passwords. We talk about alternatives with passwordless, magic links, one-time password, codes, and WebAuthn. And so far, we got rid of the password, right? But I can't avoid to wonder if we can take things even further. So I no longer have to remember my password, but what if I didn't even have to remember if I have created an account for a website or not? And let me tell you, there is a way to do this, and that is using passkeys. Passkeys, this is Euruko, meet passkeys. Have anyone heard about passkeys before? Good. Do you use passkeys nowadays? Less hands, but some hands, so that's great. Now, passkeys are a replacement for passwords. And it's funny because, we're replacing the word with keys, so it's just making it a lot better, in my opinion. Now, passkeys are intuitive because there's nothing else to remember. You can just assert that you want to use them and just use them. They're also automatically unique per server. You cannot reuse your passkeys at all. They are breach resistant because you are only going to be storing public data, so there's really nothing to breach. And it is also phishing resistant because it also uses public and private key cryptography and many other things. But if we get very technical, passkeys are FIDO2 discoverable credentials. And if you remember from that diagram I showed you earlier, where I mentioned, please remember the word FIDO2, FIDO2 uses CTAP2 to communicate between the authenticator and the client, and WebAuthn to communicate between the client and the relying party. And so that means that passkeys are using WebAuthn under the hood. But the thing is, a WebAuthn credential is not considered a passkey unless it's discoverable. And being discoverable means it's the ability that the relying party or the server has to already know or to discover the username automatically. Now you're probably wondering, okay, so we have now discoverable credentials. Why should I even consider to not work with discoverable credentials? And the quick answer for that is just backwards compatibility. Passkeys are very, very new. So if they've been around, I think that the name got popular probably in June last year. So they're still being adopted, and they're still very new. So there are some authenticators out there that do not support discoverable credentials. In fact, in February this year, the concept of passkeys changed. So maybe you'll see this talk 6 months from now, and there will be a new definition. This is how new we're talking about, and this is why this makes me so excited to talk about it. Now, there are two types of passkeys. We have sync passkeys and device-bound passkeys. Sync passkeys are those passkeys that you can use from the cloud using, for example, a cloud keychain-based system like, for example, Apple's iCloud. And device-bound passkeys are those that are bound to a device like a YubiKey, for example. The cool thing about the sync passkeys, though, is that they will automatically sync across all your devices. So if you create a passkey using, for example, your Mac, and I'm using the example of Apple because I use Mac, but Google also has a version of this. But if you sync your passkey to your iCloud, then you can use it through all your devices. Let me show you how that looks. And I'll be honest with you, with this video, which I hope works this time, I use a little bit of my employee powers, and I'm using the Auth0 by Okta passkeys implementation, which is in early access. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play. I think I did it. And we're going to click on login. I apologize if it's too small, but here we have a login form. And this is a system that used to use password in the past. So what we're going to do here is that at some point in the video, I put my email, but it takes time because I thought I was going to take more time. Cool. Carla@okta.com. It asks me for a password, and then it prompts me with this informational stuff about passkeys. Yeah, there's no need to remember a password, all the things that we talked about. So we're going to click on Create Passkey. Eventually. Yeah? No? There we go. Okay, Create Passkey. And once again, we're going to use our fingerprint to the Mac Touch ID to log in, and just like that, I'm logged in. So as you see, the process is very, very similar to WebAuthn, and like I said, it's because it's using WebAuthn under the hood. Now, later on, when you want to log in, we're going to click on login, and this is a cool thing. I'm already prompted my account name, like my email, without doing anything. So I don't have to remember absolutely anything. And then I'm going to use that. I'm going to click on that and just use my fingerprint, not my password, please, no. But as you notice, I actually used a password to log in into the system. And the cool thing about passkeys and passwords is that they can coexist together. Because let's be honest, migrating from password to passkeys can be challenging in the sense that we are used to passwords, so we need to now get used to passkeys. But yeah, you can use them together, and they will work together, and then eventually you can migrate completely to passkeys. one last thing is the multi-device feature that I mentioned about syncing my passkey to the cloud. And that is, let's say I have my phone, and from my phone, I want to log in. Once again, if I go to continue with the passkey, because I'm using iCloud in this case, that passkey is already there, and I'm using my face to unlock it, to unlock the secret manager, and then log in, just like that. Now, you might notice that I've been using my fingerprint for the whole time, and now I'm using my Face ID. And the cool thing about passkeys is that it doesn't really matter which type of authenticator you use, because what you're doing is just unlocking the secret manager. So, back to my agenda. I did share my dislike for password many times. We talked about alternatives. We talked about WebAuthn, and finally, we talked about passkeys. But moving forward, what else can you do with this information? Where can you use passkeys as of today? Well, you could get early access from OutZero and use it in any system that uses OutZero. Google already supports passkeys, so does Apple, and so does GitHub. In fact, I actually created my new passkey last week for GitHub because I was being very paranoid about stuff. And I'm sure there will be many, many others, but you know, the big ones are already there. So I think this is going to be huge, so I recommend that you get on it. Another thing you can check is this website. It's called webauthn.me, and it shows you more or less the same flow I showed you here, but very interactively. It also has a debugger, so you can play around with the parameters you send to the WebAuthn API. You can register, you continue with the passkey, use your fingerprint, and then in the end you get a response and you can see what's going on. This website, this is completely educational, by the way. Like, this is all fake data and this is all pretending, but it works and it helps you understand that. And then about passkeys, you can go to passkeys.dev, and I like to think of this website as like one of the source of truth regarding passkeys, because it is actually hosted by the FIDO Alliance, and those are the folks who created all this stuff. You can also, I think that link is for you to try our implementation at OutZero, so you can do that as well. And boy, it's been a ride. It's been a ride with the videos not loading. It's been a ride with technical issues, but we made it. But most importantly, we managed to do all of this without using passwords at all. So, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Check. Thank you. Thank you, Carla. We actually had a lot of questions from the QR code in the type form. So, yeah, and we fixed a lot of things on the go. Thank you very much. And let's take one from the poll.
Start with the easy ones.
And the rest of the things we can take aside to the expo stage. So those people who want to talk to you, and there is like 15 questions sitting on a pile. So one question is if the authentication, for example, eBay implemented authentication with like biometrical stuff, if that's beneficial for the companies, why others still using passwords? Because on one hand, it's pricey. On the other hand, it's kind of an outdated. Why not everybody is switching to passwordless approach?
That's a great question. Thank you. Personal take here. I mean, passwords have been around since forever. Like, we go back in history and there is passwords in some form. So I think it's kind of like a thing of familiarity with us. We like to use things that we know. We like to use things that are familiar to us. And depending on, I think, many factors, it could be that you're just like, you resist more to change as a user. I'm speaking as a user, not as a company. So you can resist more to change because there's something new, you don't know that much about it. And yeah, it is pretty new, and this is why we like, or me personally, I'm doing this kind of stuff because I also didn't know that much about passkeys until a few months ago, and preparing this talk was like, okay, I need to stop using passwords completely. Also, I think some people have some concerns of, but this is getting stored in the cloud, and it can be dangerous. It's not. Like, it's really, really, really secure. Of course, it could be way more secure if you use your security key because your credentials are here with you all the time. But yeah, to answer the question, yeah, I think it's a matter of avoiding to try new things. But I think we're going there. I think, like I said, Google, Apple, GitHub, Auth0 are going there, and I think we should all go there. 1Password is also going there. And I said a joke, they should rename to 1Passkey now, but I don't know, that's just an opinion.
Thank you very much. Give some applause to Carla. And all the questions, please find and talk next to the expo stage. Now we're going to have a short break, and in 10 minutes, we're getting back to our next speaker. So stretch your legs, have some fresh air, and get back to us in almost 8 minutes. now we are going to have our next speaker. But before we switch to the talk, I want to remind you about our unconference pitches, because this is the last talk before we're gonna announce the lineup for the unconference. At this stage, by stats, we have already around 300 votes, which is good. I think it's two-thirds of all people. But if you haven't already voted for the unconference pitches, please do that. We still have time, and then during lunch we'll calculate and see the results. So now we going to have our next talk, and for the next talk we also have a dedicated QA session. So please use this QR code if you want to talk or ask any questions to Hiroshi Shibata-san. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
For Euruko. It was a long trip for you.
Yes.
Because you flew from Japan.
Yes.
And yeah, so maybe you can do like introduction, so I'm not stealing your time. So the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And give some applause.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, oops. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, start. So I will be talking conference outside Japan for the first time after COVID-19. So I'm happy to presenting my talk in Euruko. So today's topic is how resolve gem dependencies in your code. So it's a self-introduction. So my name is Hiroshi Shibata. So please call me Hiroshi. So I proudly work as an open source software developer at Andbot. So I'm a member of Ruby core team and Ruby Gems and bundler team. So I work on maintaining the Ruby ecosystem and infrastructure every day. So thank you for using Ruby and Ruby Gems and bundler. Thank you for using that. Oh, okay. So let me introduce you to my company named Andbot. So Andbot provides a SaaS product that is a platform for the construction industry. So our service is built with Ruby and Rails and Golang and TypeScript. So Andbot is one of the supporter for Ruby ecosystem. So because Andbot is hiring me as an open source developer. So I've journeyed over the 18 hours from Japan to be present at Euruko today. So Japan is here, and I'm going to Alaska and over the North Point and Helsinki and Lithuania, Belarus. So Japan is the birthplace of Ruby language. So I'm happy to attend Euruko and Lithuania. So I need to introduce Ruby Kaigi. Ruby Kaigi is one of the large conferences for Ruby language. So we can meet Matt, and many of Ruby core team in this place, me and Aaron Patterson and Kokubun-san and other people. So you can see over the 1,000 Ruby programmers like this. So you can talk about a Ruby language and eat a delicious food and drink. So Ruby Kaigi 2024 is landed in Okinawa, where is a beautiful sea and resort island in Japan. So I'm looking forward to see you again at the RubyCai at May 2024. Please submit your proposal onto the RubyCai. Now, let me proceed to introduce the first topic of presentation. So what's dependency resolution with RubyGems and Bandra? So first, I will introduce RubyGems and Bandra. Okay, I explain what the package manager is. So our package manager serves two primary functions. So firstly, it offers a user-friendly interface. So user interface is an example of installation and upgrade and uninstall and other operations. So secondly, it undertakes the task of resolving dependency among package names and versions. So additionally, a crucial feature it provides is version locking. So this functionality ensures the availability of the consistent list of packages, regardless of the Unix processes. RubyGems is a standard package manager of Ruby languages, So the RubyGems developed by under the GitHub organizations. So we have two primary repositories. So one of the RubyGems org is Rails application of hosting Ruby libraries. And RubyGems is a CLI tool for the RubyGems org. While I contribute to both, my main development focus remains on the RubyGems CLI repository. So you can see with me under these repositories every day. Next, so I introduce the terminology. So Gem is a unit of external libraries, software, or frameworks. And Gem specification is a class to define metadata, including Gem name or version or platform or the dependencies. Gem spec is a file itself that describes the Gem specification. It has two types. So one written by hand for Gem releases by you, and the other created at the Gem install time. So they are pretty differences. Next, so I introduce the Bandra. So RubyGems has a user interface and a dependency resolution, but it doesn't have the ability of version locking. So Bandra provides this version locking functionality. So this version lock is achieved by using a gem file, so which you may be familiar with your Rails application. Okay, so next we will look inside of Ruby library and how Ruby loads gems. So you can check the gem spec, which is the metadata of gem, by using the gem loaded specs method with the IRV. So I like IRV. So this is an example of gem spec for rack. So it contains the various metadata. That most important is a dependency section, the second of red frames. So in this example, so rack has 4 dependencies named the Minitest and the plugins or the Minitest, Sprint and Global Expenses, and the rake. So you can see rack have 4 dependencies, but they are marked with a development. So you can use the rack without other dependencies. So develop dependencies is unnecessary for your application or your code. So it shows the metadata which Ruby gems and bundler use to resolve all the gems and versions required by your application. So Ruby has slightly different gem called default gems. So default gems are gems that can be required regardless of the gem file and can be updated with gem update command of Ruby gems or bundle update command of bundler. So you can check if a gem is a default gem by referring to gem spec. In this example, so you can require RSS library like this, so require RSS, and you can see with gem loaded specs method like this. So gem loaded specs RSS, and you can call the default gem question methods like this. So in this RSS case returns false, so RSS is not a default gem. So in other hand, so OpenSSL case, so this method returns true. So OpenSSL is a default gems. So we learned, so if you want to know a Ruby language, so you should ask a Ruby itself. So Ruby has a bundled gems. So the next one. So bundled gems is automatically installed during installation without the gem install or bundle install. So it's completely the same with your local installation of gems, like Rails or other libraries, like RSpec. So I'm working with organizing default gems and bundled gems on each Ruby releases package every year. Now back to Ruby gems. So Ruby can only require from the load path environment variables. So Ruby gems can automatically add the gem path even if the path does not exist in load path environment variables. So Ruby gems extends original require method of Ruby, and Ruby gems also inject the default gems paths and other libraries. So your require is slower rather than original Ruby require methods. So it's a typical bit slow. So bundler has a mechanism to solve this slowdown, which will be introduced later. So bundler also extends various classes and methods of Ruby gems. So these take effect the moment bundler is loaded. So for example, so extension dir methods point to the directory of the C extension library in the gem specification class. So, but bundler needs to find the Git repositories declared on gem file, like the top of the syntax. So bundler needs to extend Ruby gems and Ruby original methods. So this section introduces the architecture of Ruby gems and bundler. Both have a similar functionality and structure. Both have resolver and resolver engine. So Ruby gems uses Molino as a resolver engine, but bundler uses PubGraph for that. So it's a different implementation between command line interface and the runtime architecture. And command line option and slightly different functionality between Ruby gems and bundler. So these are completely complex code base. So here are a few new terms I will introduce them. So the resolution means to make a valid condition based on the combination of multiple libraries. So resolution engine provides a log combination result from the library names and versions, only library names and versions. So finally, the gem resolver. Resolver is a mechanism that abstracts the necessary data for the resolver engine and then provides a gem spec list of libraries to be installed for Ruby gems and bundler. so let's understand the bundler with the bundle exec command. So how does the bundler lock gem versions and update load paths? So we will use a gem file that only specifies a simple RSS gem. RSS has a library called reXML as a dependency in gem file. So RSS only have one dependency. What happens when you run bundle exec command? So it will call bundler setup methods. This method only 20 lines like this. So we will investigate these methods. So this bundler setup method set up bundle prefix environment variables and modify and related environment variables like path or Ruby opt and Ruby lib and other that. After that, call bundler setup and full command with a kernel exec command at last. Okay. At first, the bundler setup verifies the gem file and its log file. If you need to install gems defined by log file, so bundler will install them. So after that, so bundler will invoke a clear load path method. So this method rejects unnecessary passes from the load path in your environment variables. When you are using bundler, only related passes for the bundler and Ruby gems and Ruby internally are only remained. Following the removal of the load path, bundler utilizes bundler definition to fetch the library collection associated with name and version from the log gem file. In this example, bundler definition returns bundler and reXML and RSS from the gem spec. So next step is setting up environment variables related to bundler again. Lastly, bundler setup will call bundler Ruby gems replace entry point methods. So this method replaces the gems defined in the gem file with the default gem introduced earlier by me. So it adds them to specs if the gem file requires a different version than provided by Ruby installation. So after that, this method replaces all of extended Ruby gems methods. So bundler will use the original required methods provided by Ruby core. So it's faster than extended methods of Ruby gems. So this is the last step of bundler setup. So now we can add passes into our load path via load path variables. So this load path variables is like this if you declare only RSS on gem file. So after that, so bundler update a man path and the log file and return bundler runtime itself. So we can load the latest version of RSS and reXML and bundler and the bundler exec. So in this time, Ruby only search these three passes and Ruby system passes. So because it's faster to load them rather than our Ruby gems one. So we learned about the mechanism of bundler, like bundler exec. So in the second topic, we will see how bundler selects the gems we need for our application and updates the necessary versions. Let's look at how works a pub graph. So that is the resolution engine of a bundler. So pub graph is developed by the Next3. So who are original author of the Hammer template engine. So PubGraph was originally developed for Pub. So it is a Dart package manager. But there are many implementations in other languages like Ruby or Rust or others. So we can see Ruby code here for the internal of PubGraph. So Bandra uses PubGraph for their resolver engine since version 2.4. So PubGraph immediately gives up iterating and ignores on dependency tree if it occurs resolution conflict or version conflict. And this conflict information to propagate later processes. So this mechanism allows to run faster rather than Molino, that is a RubyGems resolution engine. So we will look their details. So let's take a look at how the PubGraph code actually works. So this is a simple example. Gem called at foo and bar defines the above per version dependencies using the PubGraph static package source as methods. So we need to add gem name and versions combination as a root methods like this. After that, we can pass this source definition into instance of a PubGraph version solver class. Finally, we can get the resolution result with calling solve method like this. So this is a very, very simple example. So this time we simply require bar version 1 or higher, but also depends on foo version 1. So these two versions are selected. So bar 1 and foo 1, and that's fine. So this is the next case. So in the same list of gems as before slide. So, but we need to use the foo version 2 or higher via the root methods. So we can see PubGraph will return the PubGraph solve failure exception like this. So let's inspect in this example. So in this example, so PubGraph tried to select the foo version 2, but the foo version 2 depends on the bar version 1. So, and the bar version 1 depends on the foo version 1. So the first condition of foo version 2 or higher cannot be valid with the foo version 1. So finally, PubGraph gives up to resolve in this case and will exit with a solve failure exception. So next, third case is a bit more complex. So we have 3 versions of foo and 2 versions of bar and bus. Or we can look the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 combinations. So if we request a bus version 1 from the PubGraph, so it will look for the bus version 1 and any library versions above version 1 of foo on which bus depends. So I illustrated this. So this is the first try. So there are 2 versions above foo version 2 and version 3. So PubGraph tries to resolve foo version 2 at first. So it depends on bar version 1, and bar version 1 depends on the foo version 1. So it does not resolve foo version 1 specified by bus. So yeah, it's the same case of the second example. So PubGraph will give up in this case. So next step, so PubGraph will look at the foo version 3. So foo version 3 depends higher version of bar version 1. So PubGraph choose bar version 2 finally. So we can get buzz version 1 and foo version 3 and bar version 2. So for the detail of, so it's a bit of complex. So if you need to run the PubGraph algorithm, so please read the original developer blog written by original author of next 3. Okay, so we now understand the basic functionality of PubGraph. So we will now look at how Bundler uses PubGraph to generate a list of gems from the gem file in your code. So the old version of Bundler had a problem with slow install and updates earlier with 2.3. So if you have upgraded Rails version to 7 from 6 or 5 or other older versions, so maybe you have this situation with a bundle update. So this command does not finish as shown here. So let's upgrade the Rails version or enter the key and bundler calculates the dependency while 1 or 2 or 3 hours. So it's a infinite loops. So you cannot get the upgrade result. So the reason why bundler was taking so long when upgrading Rails. So for example, past version of use library called Molino as a resolution engine. Molino can easily do infinite loops with complex dependencies such as Rails and Rails-related libraries in your Rails application. So Rails depends on the Rails type and other Rails component like this. So it's caused by the infinite loops. So I strongly recommend to use Bundler 2.4 or higher. So let's look at the gem file with only 2 dependencies that are Rails and important map Rails. So bundler update creates an instance of class called resolver, which uses PubGraph internally. So in the resolver, it invokes setup solver and solve versions methods. Setup solver generates the list of all of available versions of gem retrieved from rubygems.org with your gem file. Their dependencies are extracted and assigned to the variable all specs. It has 2 virtual libraries, so rubygems and Ruby. So these 2 are also used for dependencies, handling with Ruby and rubygems versions. So maybe you can see a required Ruby version with your gem spec or other gem specs. So it is handled by these virtual libraries. So finally, resolver have all of versions of Rails and important maps Rails we can inspect in a bundler like this. So all specs and Rails and call the map and extract and internally. So it returns the Rails 0.8 to 7.0.8. And so it contains the all of version of important map Rails and active record, active support, and Nakogiri and other all of gems. So bundler will slow down in the future. So in solve version, various information created by setup solver is passed to PubGraph, same as my simple example. Self is passed as the source, and this self contains information such as all specs introduced in the previous slide. So okay, I illustrated them. So it's complex. So bundle has all of dependency gems declared by all of versions of Rails and important map Rails like this. So it's a truly complex for the firma. So after passing the necessary data, PubGraph will run solve and finally create a list of gems and versions that should be installed or updated. However, so if the dependencies cannot be resolved easily, So PubGraph Rise is PubGraph solve failure from which the bundler will change the dependencies to be resolved and rerun. So for example, so both Rails and important map Rails depends on rail tie gem. In this case, PubGraph is not able to resolve dependencies. We put this conflict information into our names to relax list like this. So I illustrate this situation. So bundler and PubGraph ignore important map Rails and its dependencies like this. So, and PubGraph will propagate in this information with the next try. After that, so solve versions will invoke setup solver again to reset PubGraph's resolver information. So bundler retry to invoke solve versions again, and we can get the all of list of gems and versions from bundler. So bundler will go again and again for the resolving dependencies. So finally, so we can get the full list of Rails and important map Rails dependencies, so like this. So this is an example of only the Rails and important map Rails are only two gems. So in real application in your company, so have over the 50 or 100 gems at a gem file. So bundler and PubGraph resolve truly complex graph and dependencies. So, okay. Now that you have seen how bundler works, here is what I'm doing now for the future. The big program is that Ruby gems and bundler have many similar command and code base. Okay, sorry. So I would like to make Ruby gems uses PubGraph, same as bundler. And we should maintain one resolver and for the Ruby gems and the bundler in the future. So in order to integrate the code base, so I just finished to unify the tools, rake task, and Robocop rules between Ruby gems and bundler in this year. So next is the integration of the code base. At first, the command migration between Ruby gems and bundler. So, and after that, so we need to consider a new release strategy for bundler and Ruby gems. So it's a long challenge for me, so as an open source developer. So finally, so I would like to summarize. So I've talked about the knowledge of Ruby gems and bundler and the package manager. So you understood how works bundler faster with the road path modification. Finally, I've introduced a simple example with PubGraph and bundler. So I appreciate to Andbat for allowing me to spend my time for the Ruby ecosystem and infrastructure. And thank you for attending my talk today. So this is our last message. So Ruby is built to be our programmer's best friend. So it says much. So I will do my best to make a Ruby language that people can consider our friends. So that's all. Thank you for today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hiroshi-san. Yeah, so we'll have time, and you can answer all the questions aside from the talk. So once again, thank you for being with us. And for now, we have lunch break. Mom cooked, Dad packed, so we're gonna have 1 hour to stretch your leg, have some fresh air, enjoy the food. And do not forget to vote for the unconference pitches. So we'll see you all. We are not doing like live questions, sorry, but you can take it aside. Not about that. Cool. Yeah, we'll see you all in 1 hour. Enjoyed this hour and had enough energy to move on because we had a lot of interesting stuff happening. So before we move, we have one more wrapping talk from the main speakers lineup. And apart from that, we've got the results from voting for unconference pitches. And that was awesome. We got our 4 finals from there. The total number of votes were around 400 something. And the distribution was pretty tight, but with some gaps. So we actually managed to handpick those 4 from the top. And here is the unconference speakers for today. So give some applause to those guys. Yay, now it is your call to be next up on stage. So okay, so everybody's here. So I will do eye contact at least. I see those who are gonna be the first one. Cool. So, looks like a lot of fun. And yeah, we are heading towards to our next talk. And as usual, please use the QR code for your questions. Some of them, if we're running on time, we can have as at the end of the talk. Some of them will take aside and we'll be able to answer later. Hitoshi-san?
Yeah.
So it's totally yours. Please give your applause and yeah, and we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Have you eaten lunch? I'm starving. Oh, today today I will guide you through the world of microcontroller programming with Ruby. My name is Hasumi Kin. It's a great honor to be a part of Euruko. Thank you very much. Microcontrollers are now the brains behind countless electronic devices, from household appliances to robotics or even satellites in the space. And today, I'll show you the very first steps of connecting the power of Ruby to microcontroller. Here's what we'll cover in this session. Part 1, preparation. Part 2, getting started with microcontroller. Part 3, exploring PicoRuby further. Part 4, PicoRuby under the hood. But before that, let me introduce myself. My name is actually Hitoshi Hasumi. Hasumikin is an internet name. I am the creator of PicoRuby and PRK firmware that I'll mention later. And I'm also a committer of C-Ruby's IRB and Reline. I was the first prize winner of Fukuoka Ruby Award in 2020 and 2022 twice. And lastly, I was a final nominee of Pico Ruby Prize 2021 due to PicoRuby. So let's get started with part 1. We'll cover. We will cover the, how can I say, essentials you need to get started with microcontroller. You need these stuffs, a Raspberry Pi Pico, or other RP2040 based controller. I will explain what is it later. And the USB cable and a terminal emulator on laptop. In short, buy a Raspberry Pi Pico. That's it. Raspberry Pi Pico is a microcontroller board whose MCU is RP2040, which includes Cortex M0 Plus dual core and 264 KB of RAM, 2 megabyte flash of ROM. It generally runs without an OS, so-called bare metal. On the other hand, the famous Raspberry Pi is a single-board computer. It generally needs an OS like Raspberry Pi OS or Windows 4 ARM chip. And terminal emulator, the popular options include GTK term for Linux and Terra term for Windows, made in Japan, which is very nice. I'll use in this today. And I think PuTTY works for macOS. I'm not sure, but it should work. Some traditional CUI/TUI tools may have line feed trouble, so I recommend GTK term or Terra term or PuTTY. So let's begin. There is 4 steps. Download the latest RP20 UF2 file from GitHub. To be exact, you can download zip file from my GitHub page, and you should unzip it. And by the way, R2P2 stands for Ruby on Raspberry Pi Pico. Someday I'll control that robot. Step 2, connect Pi Pico and PC while pressing the boot cell button. So you should find RP2 drive automatically in File Manager, which is File Explorer or Finder in Mac. Then drag and drop R2P2 UF2 file into RP2 drive. UF2 means Universal File Format, I think, developed by Microsoft, which is easy to handle, communicate between different platforms. It's a kind of binary file. Then open a proper serial port on terminal emulator. Let me do it. This Raspberry Pi Pico is already installed our UF2 file, so I just maybe restart. Here comes PicoRuby. Thank you. R2P2 shell should start. Yeah, this is a Unix-like shell running on Raspberry Pi Pico. Note that every computing calculation is happening on microcontroller, not on my laptop. My laptop is just a terminal emulator. for example, there's a file system, so I can hit ls command, pw where I am, things like make directory, my dear. So ls, ls with option L, and, oh yes, red one, IRB. PicoRuby's IRB is running within the R2P2 shell on Raspberry Pi Pico. Your Ruby snippet is compiled into mruby VM call and executed on the fly. Let me show you. Put S, hello, hello. It means PicoRuby contains mruby compiler, which can run on a one-chip microcontroller. I will explain the aspect of technical. But yeah, here you are prepared to get started with microcontroller. So let's dive into deeper more from now on. First, you need to know GPIO, which is General Purpose Input Output. GPIO is the most fundamental functionality for digital operations. You can use GPIO to detect switches or buttons state, whether it is on or off in input mode. If you change GPIO into output mode, you can, for example, light an LED by creating voltage. What the GPIO means to microcontroller is just like what the STD-in, standard in-out, means to a Unix computer. By the way, do you use debug print? Yes, debug print is the ultimate method, right? Yeah. Likewise, you can see the internal status of microcontroller by blinking LED. For example, blinking fast indicates something going wrong in microcontroller. So in this mean, microcontroller's GPIO is very fundamental one. So please remember this one today. And let me show you a demo. LED equal GPIO new 25 pin, GPIO 25 connects to onboard LED internally on Raspberry Pi Pico. GPIO out. LED right 1. What will happen? Oh. If you write 0, turned off. So what will happen? Of course. Thank you very much. This is how R2P2 shell and IRB works. Yes, but it feels like kind of magic. What is happening behind the scene? To explain it, this is the equivalent circuit. You can make a blinking LED by discrete parts instead of using onboard LED. You need one LED and one resistor, which is 1 kilo ohm in this case. I don't do a demonstration for this, but for example, in this case, GPIO pin 15 connects to register, then current flows this line and returns to a ground pin. This is essentially equivalent what you saw before. And this is the calculation. RP2040's logic level is 3.3 volt. Then LED voltage drop should be 1.8 volt according to LED's data sheet. So you should read that sheet. Then current will be 3.3 volt minus 1.8 volt divided by 1 kilo ohm equals 1.5 milliampere, calculated by Ohm's law, famous Ohm's law. Now we are taking study time, and today's lesson is physics. Ohm's law represents the relationship between three values, which are V stands for volt, I stands for current, R stands for resistance. So that's why you can get the result of 1.5 milliampere. 1.5 milliampere determines the brightness of the LED. If you raise this up, for example, 10 milliampere, the LED should blink very bright. Then, if you want blink more darker, you can use bigger resistance in order to make the result of ampere smaller. Then another thing you should know is Kirchhoff circuit laws, which is current laws tells the algebraic sum of currents in a network of conductors meeting at the point is zero. Voltage law tells the directed sum of the potential differences around any closed loop is zero. Do you understand? Okay, let's go further. Next, ADC. This is another famous peripheral, analog to digital converter. While GPIO's possible values are only 0 and 1 because it is digital. But ADC can handle values in between by converting analog voltage to digital voltage. For example, RP2040's ADC has 20 bits depth and accordingly takes a raw value from 0 to 4095, which means 3.3 volt. And typical usages of ADC should be temperature sensor and joystick. You use every day, right? So let me show you the example. Require ADC new temperature. Require ADC new temperature. And for example, ADC read raw value, read voltage. It is 0.7 volt now. Then while true, V equal ADC read voltage and put S, magic number 27 minus V minus V minus 0, 6, channel. Oh, sorry, this is too fast. This is the temperature of the chip. So if I if I hold the chip by my finger, the value should raises. What? Something I might miss it? Ah, yeah. Now it is 19 degrees in Celsius. But, it doesn't write. Oh, yeah, slightly. But actually, I don't recommend to use RP2040s on chip LED in practical usage because it is very kind of cheap functionality. But for today, it's enough to explain, right? So it's working. Go further. As in, you can create temperature sensing circuit by discrete parts with resistor this is, and thermistor. In this case, this thermistor is kind of a resistor whose value varies according to the temperature. This, for example, this thermistor should indicate 10 kilo ohm at 25 degrees. This is the circuit. And this is how can you write the thermistor program. I don't demonstrate today, but this should be working. Okay. Next, part 3, exploring Pico-Ruby further. We'll take a closer look at Pico-Ruby applications and explore its capabilities. Two major applications exist for Pico-Ruby. I wrote both. One is R2P2. It is a Unix-like shell system written in Pico-Ruby. You may want to say on operating system in the Ruby. And PRK firmware, it is a keyboard firmware framework for DIY keyboard. You can write your key map and keyboard behavior with Ruby. Actually, I'm now using my DIY keyboard running with Ruby. Oh, thank you. What a warm community. And R2P2, multiple line editor, yeah, you already saw. There's a multiple line editor working in IRB, like series IRB, because I am IRB's maintainer. But code base is quite different. Any common code doesn't exist. And there are some built-in commands and executable, all written in Ruby. You can write your own external command, like, yes, for example, date. Oh no, it is IRB. This is shell date command. This is the very epoch. Because I turned on the microcontroller 14 minutes ago, right? But you can see it is working. Make dear, as you saw. Time now should be the same, fundamentally. So date command located in bin directory. This is cat date. What will this show you. Cat. Oh, cat being date. It's a kind of binary file. This is a compiled VM code, pre-compiled one. So you can see name of the creator of Ruby, right? And some words you're familiar with. Time, now, to S, put S. And furthermore, you can use a text editor. Hello, RB. Oh. Oh. Hello, RB. Insert mode. Put S. Oh, it is not working. What is happening? I think name is bad. Oh, crashed. Yes, Hello RB already exists, so let me remove it. Then, Vim, Hello RB, put S, Hello, Euruko, escape, clone, W, Q, and execute. Hello, Euruko. But that text editor is still poor functionality and many of bugs, and so you may want to write your script with your usual text editor, right? You can do it, yes. For example, you can just drag and drop into home directory. I skipped the fact that R2P2 drive should automatically mounted when you connect to just through the USB to the computer. So you can see the home directory like this, my dear, which I made earlier, and the Hello RV I wrote just right before. Maybe, yes. I don't want to write this code now, so GPIO and the ADC work together. It should be GPIO and ADC. Yes, this is. I think this should be working. GPIO and ADC drop into home directory. So you can find GPIO and ADC .rb, GPIO and ADC RB are already blinking because it is, The program was, if the temperature above than 19 degrees, the LED should turn on. That's why that LED is turning on, but you may want, yeah. As you can see, it is working properly. Thank you. And furthermore, if you make home/app.rb, this RB file should automatically run on startup. Let me show you. App.rb, firstly, made a GPIO instance, which is which is direction is output, and the pin number is 25, connects to onboard LED, and next, making wide infinite loop. Then I put this hello world and blinking LED. So let me drag and drop up RB. Of course, you can see the file APPRB. Then I will turn off the power. And turn on. In this way, you can easily create an IoT system, right? With only Ruby. You should not write C, nor Rust. Of course, Go. Gone. Go is gone. Okay, we have some additional time. Yeah. Let me explain some other peripherals, which serial communication protocols, SPI, I2C, and UART. Today I skipped the details of these protocols, but you should use one of these protocols to communicate with devices, things like altitude meter or BLE module or LTE 5G module. I already wrote the library for those three protocols, so you can try it out. This is another example of I2C, I2C, which is a serial communication protocol. The blue one is an RTC module, can have a small battery, so it can long rest the time. If you turn off the microcontroller, even if you turn off the microcontroller, RTC keeps the actual time, current time. So this is how you can make date command everywhere. Right? Yeah, this is just a photo. My another keyboard, which is coordinate. Maybe some of you are using this keyboard, right? Okay. One? Just one? Oh, you should. This is the example of keymap.rb of PRK firmware. This is not for coordinate. This is for Mage2, which has only 4 keys macropad. This is for example to see easily. This is one layer. You can switch another layer. This example has 3 layers. This is how the DIY keyboard, which has less than 50 keys or even 30 keys, works. Okay, finally, we go through the PicoRuby under the hood. We are taking a look at deeper into PicoRuby. As you may know, mRuby is a general-purpose embedded Ruby implementation written by Matt himself. And PicoRuby is written by me It is another implementation of MRB targeting on one-chip microcontroller dedicated for smaller footprint. But the MRB's VM code standard is exactly the same. So you can use your VM code compiled by MRB compiler can run on PicoRuby and vice versa. PicoRuby compiler's VM code can run on MRB virtual machine. This is about the small footprint. Valgrind is a memory profiler. Then if you write Valgrind option tool massif option stacks equals yes, and which includes stack memory profile in addition to heap memory, then subcommand should be passed to MRB or PicoRuby. This is very familiar with you. Evaluate option protest hello world. This command will generate a massive out process ID file. Then you can see the result ms underscore print command with passing the result file and pipeline less. This is the example of the real result of MRB's RAM consumption, which consumes 168 KB. On the other hand, PicoRuby less than 10 KB. This is why PicoRuby can run on one-chip microcontroller. Yeah, same thing. All small application. Thank you very much. And only small applications written in MRB should work on RP2040 because it can compile protest hello world and execute it consuming 168 KB. But bigger application cannot run on Raspberry Pi Pico in MRB. But you can, R2P2 and the PRK firmware is quite bigger application written in Ruby. They are working on Raspberry Pi Pico, which has 264 KB of RAM. And there is PicoRuby ecosystem, which is PicoGems forked from MGEM's math world. So that's why we can use require ADC. And I wrote these peripheral libraries so that you can start with today, right? And there is peripheral interface guide to write porting to other microcontrollers easily. Yes, the same. But there's some restrictions of PicoRuby, minimum built-in classes and methods, and it doesn't support some syntax like a here doc, and it doesn't support module. It is similar to MicroPython's restriction. MicroPython doesn't support maybe meta class and multi-inheritance, yeah, which is very similar. And conclusion, PicoRuby is a Ruby implementation targeting on one-chip microcontroller. You can develop your microcontroller application step by step using the R2P2 and IRB. You need only R2P2 to run small applications. And future work of mine, BLE, I'm writing now BLE library and Wi-Fi with Raspberry Pi Pico W. This should be launched soon. And porting to microcontrollers other than RP2040 someday in the future. Yeah, here's quick advertisement from Japan, as Shibata-san does. Coming May, Ruby Kaigi 2040 will happen in Okinawa. I really encourage you to visit Japan this time. And that's all. if you feel my talk is fun, please visit. Please shoot the QR code, and there are 4 repositories. PicoRuby is the Ruby language implementation. R2P2 is the shell system. PRK Formula is a keyword firmware. This is peripheral demo application. Please stargaze them. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. So at this stage, we're gonna call it a wrap for the main lineup. And all those questions that might have, feel free to have it aside. So, and we're gonna have 10 minutes break. And after that, we'll split for 2 parts. So one part, it's unconference that's starting here. And another one is expo stage that is starting over there. So the same floor. So let's give one more applause to Hitoshi-san. Thank you very much. 10 minutes break and come back to the unconference.
Thank you.
So guys, just a couple of minutes. We still need a little bit to set up Adrian, and yeah, and we'll be ready for the first unconference talk. So just give us a minute, and we'll be ready to go. Just to make fit all the schedule, we might have running with no break between this and the next one, but we'll see how it goes. So, almost there. Also, if you see like the available chairs here, feel free to use it. It's kind of a if anybody considers it business class, it looks like that, but it's also available for everyone. So feel free to join the group who are laying down here and join all the conference. So our first talk for the unconference, Euruko unconference format, first time ever. Adrian, the stage is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I guess I can add keynote speaker for Euruko on conference on my resume now, right? Cool. So thank you so much for coming. I hope your lunch was good. Thank you so much for your votes. I feel really, honored to be here on the stage. So let's get into it. My name is Adrian. I worked as a freelancer in corporations in a Silicon Valley startup. I've been to all kinds of teams. I'm an aspiring entrepreneur now. I host Friendly RB conference, which I told you about. It's next week in Bucharest. I'm the co-host of The Friendly Show with my friend Yaro. Go check it out, www.friendly.show. You'll find me Adrian the Dev everywhere, so I'm easy to find. I didn't start my career in Rails or Ruby. I started with PHP, WordPress, Laravel, a little bit of Node.js, and at some point, somebody showed me Rails. And one thing that I noticed is Rails is so declarative. Instead of writing what you need to do, you just tell it what you need to do, and it will do it for you. So you tell it what you need to do, and it will do it for you. So you get all of these DSLs everywhere. You'll see them in models, controllers, routes, configuration, service objects everywhere. So Rails is powered, and Ruby is powered by DSLs. So when I started with Rails, as maybe a lot of people here, you start with the scaffolding command. You run the Rails generate scaffold, and then you get this beautiful controller. You get this nice index view. You get the forms. It's a somehow barely usable user interface. And you start building your page resource, and you start adding features. And then you have another resource, maybe users. What do? You run the scaffold again, and then you do it all again. And maybe you've previously written some other piece of code, so you copy it from one resource to another, and then maybe it doesn't really work in production because maybe the label has changed. So copy and pasting is not really super cool to do, and building it from scratch every time is not very cool. So usually what happens when you're starting to build a product, you start small, you build a small page, and then you start adding things, and adding things, and adding things. And at some point, when you have a lot of resources, you start to move them from one project to another. And again, you think, okay, I'm an engineer. I don't have to copy and paste things. So I'm going to create abstractions. So I'm going to try and create some plugins. Like, for example, this search. Maybe you have it in project A, you just type something in, you hit enter, it searches. For project B, you move it there, but they have new requirements, so you add new options. For project C, again, new requirements, new options. And you have to do everything quickly, right? So you write no documentation, you write no tests, and instead of having one search abstraction for 3-4 projects, you end up with 3-4 different searches, right? So this is what happens usually with, probably not with you guys, but this is what happens in other projects. The things you write internally, nobody writes documentation for it. Nobody does automated testing. Systems change from one project to another. At some point, onboarding becomes difficult. You bring new people to the project, and nobody knows how that thing works because the person that built it left the company. So internal systems decay over time, and what usually happens is somebody comes, press the reset button, and they say, this is bad, we can't work with this, let's just rewrite it. And we kind of scratch the project, right? Now, getting back to Rails is declarative. I was thinking, why don't we have something like this for the UI? Why don't we have a DSL to build our UIs and our front-end things? And we kind of do. We have things like Active Admin and Rails Admin, which are a little bit subpar for our users and for a developer experience as well. So this is why I built Avo. And what is Avo? Is a tool that helps developers build business apps fast. And what are business apps? They are those admin panels that we all build. Back offices, any type of internal tool, think about CRMs or ERPs. They can be customer-facing apps, right, like ticketing apps, any type of content management system that you need to write in Rails, Avo will help you with. So they are basically CRUD applications, and if you think about it, you can boil down a lot of applications to CRUD applications. Like Instagram, you have a feed, a list of things, you click it, you get the details, you have an edit button, you have a form there, then you have comments, which comments are associations. So you can, like Airbnb, Booking.com, a lot of applications, you can boil them down to CRUD applications. So how does it, so it helps developers build business apps. How does it do that? It sticks very close to Rails defaults. We want contributors to check out the source code and see what we do. We don't do any kind of big magic there. We don't do any monkey patching. We have a smart and extendable DSL, and I'll show you that in just a second. Whenever the DSL doesn't help you, it will get out of your way, and it will fall back to familiar Rails code, so something you already know. Avo is properly tested, it's heavily documented, and it's community-driven. We have a lot of contributors. It's not just me behind the desk building this thing. Licensing. So right now we're on Avo 2. It has 2 versions. It's a community version and then a pro version, and which is a fixed fee per application. Right now we're in open beta for Avo 3. Again, the community version will be LGPL, so open source. We're going to have a few community packages. Every commercial package has a perpetual fallback license, meaning once you get it, you can keep that latest version if you don't want to keep the subscription. We have over 130 happy customers, over 250 apps running Avo in production, over 1.2K GitHub stars. Yeah. Distribution. Avo is a Rails engine, which is really cool to hook up into your current Rails application. It's available on Ruby gems. Avo works within your app, so it's a gem that you install inside your app. It's designed to work for existing apps, so you don't have to, start new apps and use it. So you can plug it into your current app, or you can use it for your new apps. And all the data stays with you. We don't send any data to our place. It's not a cloud service like Retool or Forest Admin. Main features. I like to think about it as it has 3 main features. It's the CRUD interface, it's the dashboards, and the custom content.
The CRUD interface probably has 70% of all the value. Dashboards are great, and custom content, it's just an umbrella name for everything else you need to, every time you need to hook in and change something that the DSL doesn't give you out of the box. I'm going to speak a lot about the CRUD. So the way it works, a resource maps to a model. A model can have multiple resources. Resources have fields. Again, think about that. You tell it what you need to do, and it will do it for you. And then all resources benefit from built-in search, sorting, filters, actions, active storage, everything you definitely need in a new internal tool or CMS. This is the DSL. On the left, you have a Rails model with validations, associations, what else, and other options. And on the right, this is a resource, right? So it's a post resource, so it matches to the post model. And then you can set the title, you can search, you can set the search query, you can add eager loading, and then you start to add fields. So fields can have, we have about 30 built-in fields. They can be simple from text and text area to very advanced to markdown tricks or other things. Fields can have options. What else? Cover photo. So the simplest active storage integration, you'll see it in just one line. We can have computed fields and more. All the associations that Rails supports. So belongs to, has many, has and belongs to many, STI, whatever you need, we have it. You can also add filters and actions. Cool. 9 minutes, perfect. We have time for live demo. So what are we going to build? Let's imagine we are an owner of a real estate agency in Hawaii, and we want to digitize our operations. So this is what Midjourney gave me for a real estate agency in Hawaii. So that's cool. We're going to keep it simple. So we're going to have users, which are the agents of that real estate agency, the properties that are listed there, and the bookings. And if you just going to wait with me just for a few seconds to set up. Perfect. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Let me take a sip of water. Okay, we have a step-by-step for our live demo because we have a lot of things to show you. So let's start with installation. I'm going to use this Rails application. I'm going to use Overmind to run this, and it's going to start up my application. And it's just a regular Rails app with device installed. It only has the user's model added and active storage, so nothing else, nothing fancy. And if the internet gods will help me, I don't. Come on. Okay, let me start it again. Cool, 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 cool. Perfect, we're loading. We're good. Cool, so this is the application, nothing inside this link. This is the app, nothing inside, we don't have an Avo folder, nothing. So we are brand new. Cool, let's start with installation. I'm gonna go on my website and copy this snippet. I'm gonna go inside this app, paste the snippet, and this will use a Rails bytes template, which will add Avo to our gem file and will run Avo install, which will add the route for Avo, and it will add the configuration file as well. Any minute now. Perfect. So basically, I have the route mounted and the configuration file. Cool. Next, let's go into our configuration file. We just need a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to switch this to Pro, and I'm going to add a license just because I want to show you some cool things. And next, what we need to do is add the current user model. So as I said, Avo is designed to work with whatever you want. You can bring your own. So it works very well with device, but if you use something else like Rodauth or anything else, you can do that. You just have to tell it what your current user is. So I'm going to say for the current user method, it's just current user. Now let's visit the app. Actually, let's restart the application because we installed a new gem. Perfect. Now if I go to /avo, and a minute now, it's something with my computer today, I don't know. Definitely something with my computer. Perfect. Okay, cool. So this is Avo. And right off the bat, Avo, when I installed it, it figured out that I have a user's model and it needs to generate for me a user resource. And now I can go and create new users if I want. If I had any in the database, it would just show it to me. I'm going to show you how user resource looks like. It's like this. So now it has the email, the first name, and the last name. It figured that out from the database columns that I already had. And it added those fields. Cool. But right now, everybody has access to my admin panel, and maybe we don't want that. So let's hide that. I'm going to go into my routes. And I'm going to, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cool. And I'm going to hide the Avo route behind an authentication. We need to have an authenticated user. I'm going to refresh. And now let me just sign up really quick. I'm going to use the password secret. Don't tell anyone. It's the best password. I'm not using WebAuthn yet. Okay, cool. So now I can see all the users in my database. So I can go to this user. I can see the details. I can hit edit. And I already have a nice screen where I can update these details. So Adrian, and my last name. Cool. You might have noticed that we have this 1 here. That's because Avo doesn't really know what this record is called, because not all records are the same. Like posts have titles, humans have names, other things have labels. So basically, let's tell it what the title of this resource is. And I'm going to go back to my user resource, and I'm going to say first name. So now it's going to take that first name, and this would be the representation of this user in Avo. But maybe we want to do a little bit more. We want to see the full name. I'm going to go into my user model, and I'm going to say def name, and I'm just going to join the first and the last name, and go back to my user resource and use that one. So basically, whatever method that record, if that record responds to a method, you'll be able to use it. Cool. Now let me show you something cool with active storage. I'm going to go into my user resource. I'm going to do whatever anybody would do to add a file. Has one attached, and I'm going to say photo. I'm going to go back to my user. I refresh. Nothing happened because I didn't configure my user resource. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to say field photo, because that is the ID of the attachment, as file. And I'm going to say is image true. Now if I refresh the page, the user resource told Avo that, hey, this user, this model has a file attached. If I hit edit, I choose the file. I'm going to go here, choose my photo, save. Yeah, I'm going to reboot this. Cool, and now I have active storage integration in about 5 minutes and 1 line of code. Is that cool? A little bit cool? A little bit cool. Okay, we're going to rate the coolness level from like 1 to 10, and we'll see if it rises with this live presentation. Okay, cool. So we generated the first resource. Let's customize the current user. We did that. Active storage, we did that. Add the property resource. So whenever we need to add a new resource, what do? We go into our command line, Rails generate model property. And this property will have a name, an address, and a user, which references. I'm going to hit enter, and Rails will do its thing. It will generate the model, the controller, and migration. And Avo will hook in and will figure out, hey, you created the model. Probably you need a resource for that. And it created for me a property resource. And again, from the database table, it inferred what kind of fields I have. So now if I go back to my admin panel, I hit refresh. Of course, I'm going to run the pending migration, and then properties. And now I have another page for properties. Cool. Let's add a property. Let's say camp, address Kauai, and then I'm going to choose a user. So basically right now, because I told it that it has that association with the user, it will show me all the users there. So I'm going to choose a user, save, and I already have that property. Let's do something else. Let's add a photo to it as well. Has one attached, photo, and again, If I refresh, nothing happens. But if I go down here, I add it. Photo as file is image true. Maybe we can figure out that if it's an image by ourselves. We need to, that's a good to-do list on my end. So let's select an image, and now we have another resource. So this is how quick we can get started and add resources to our application. Again, we have this one here. That's a simple fix. Remember from last time, I just choose name because we have that database column, and now that's perfectly. Cool. Let's do something else. We have right here the belongs to, the property belongs to a user. Let's do the inverse. Maybe I want to go to one user, and I want to see all the properties. So I'm going to my user model, has many. I'm going to need your help if I do any typos. Please tell me. So has many properties. Okay, now I'm going to go into my user resource and add it. Field properties as has many. I refresh the page, and now I have a table with all of the properties attached to that user. Is this a little bit cool? Maybe one more level up? Okay, cool. Cool, next, let's create a property, but maybe let's create it from this user. So I'm going to click create, and I'm going to say whatever, dreamy property. I'm going to say Maui. And now I can't choose the user because it knows I'm coming from that user. So it's smart like that. And let's choose this property here. Perfect. And now it came back to the user because it knows where it came from. Cool. Next, has many description. So I told you about the custom content. Those are like tiny hooks where you can hook in and escape the DSL, and you can add plenty of things. And one of the cool things you can do is go into the user resource, add the has many, and say something like description, and I'll say properties of that user. And if I refresh the page and I go to properties, I get this tiny description here. It's not much, but it's going to help a few people. Cool. Let's generate the booking. Again, we're going to generate a new model. What are we doing? Rails generate model, booking. And it's going to have a visitor, so who will visit the booking. It's going to have a visit at, timestamped, when we booked the booking, a visited at, when it happened, and it will reference a user and a property. So basically, a user, an agent, will take a customer to that property. Again, Rails does its thing. It will generate a model, a controller, and the migration, and then Ava will hook in and create that resource for you. So you can go into our booking resource, and we have all of those fields inferred from the database table. If I refresh the page, run the pending migrations, and go to bookings, I can already create a booking. And I'm going to say Sergi, maybe next week. I'm going to leave this blank. Maybe he set it up with me, and the first property. And now I have this booking. But this booking doesn't have a name again. Okay. I'm going to go into my booking model. I'm going to say maybe I'm going to say label, and I'm going to say, okay, visit at, when it's going to happen, and property name, or visitor maybe. And now I'm going to use that as my title. So now I can have this custom name for this resource. Cool. Now that you have kind of a good understanding about how this database is structured, let me re-see the database with proper data. So we have better data inside. Oh, come on, it's an M1. Okay, seeds. I think I have something here. Coordinates, okay. Okay, perfect. This should work. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, the issue is that for properties, photos. Okay, there's one thing I forgot. Has many attached. Let's attach. I showed you how to attach one photo. Let's attach many photos, more photos. So has many attached photos. That's on the property model. I'm going to go on the property resource, and guess what? I'm going to do the same. Photos as files, simple enough. And if I go back to a property, of course, if I go to a property, then I can select multiple files for this property. Okay, property photos, and just select a few. And when I hit save, I'll have this nice gallery for you where you can see them as a grid. You can see like details for it. It supports direct upload to cloud, whatever you need. Cool. Let me reseed it and get back to business. Come on, come on. Okay, I think we're good. All right, we're good. I'm going to refresh my website and log in as James because we have new users. Go back to Avo. Okay, cool. So now we have a bunch of users. We're going to imagine that James is running the place because he has this cool hat here, and the others are just agents. And we have a few properties which all have photos and the main photo and some photos, and we have no bookings. But let's build something. Cool. Now we're getting into that nitty-gritty where, okay, this is simple. Okay, I've seen this around. This is easy. You just add a few fields. It's all good. Let's get into like more advanced customization and think about other scenarios where, we might get, requirements for a specific application. So I'm going to go inside users, and I'm going to, you can create a new property for a user, or you can attach some properties. So basically now I get a listing of all the properties, maybe this one, but maybe there's a business need that it's not allowed to see all the properties, but maybe just some of them, maybe the ones that are assigned to you or whatever. So now let's do that just now. So I'm going to go inside my user resource, onto my has many field, and I'm going to say attach scope. And this is the first block you will see. We have a lot of blocks in Avo. This is where you have a lot of power. So you'll have access to params here. You'll have access to request. You'll have access to resource and the resource model. You'll have access to the current user, everything you need to figure out things. And in this block in particular, you have access to the query, which is actually the query that is being done when this dropdown is being rendered. So if I refresh the page and hit attach property, all of the properties show up because I just returned this query object, which is an active record query. And let's imagine that we only want to show the properties that are starting with letter C. It's a stupid business need, but this is what they need. Okay, so I'm going to do this, and I'm going to hit, I don't want to write it like. Okay, so query where first name like C. It starts with C, okay? I'm going to refresh the page, attach property, okay, this is the name of the property, and attach. And now I only get those properties. So imagine what you can build with this. You can check out if the current user is an admin, if it has access to a few things, if you have any special params passed in the URL, like whatever you need, if like a tenant has access to another resource, you can do whatever you want, right? Cool. Is this a little bit cooler? A little bit? A little bit. Okay, cool. It's okay. I still have more. Cool. Has many query scoping. This is similar. Maybe let's find a user that has multiple properties. So these are the properties, and let's go to Beatrice. And she has more properties, but maybe, again, there's a business need that, hey, I don't want to show everything, right? I just need, the properties that, have the roof built or whatever. So again, I'm going to go inside the user resource. I am here. And next to attach scope, I can say, what is it, scope? Is it scope? I forgot. It's okay. It does a lot. So Avo does a lot. I always forget things. So scope, and again, I have access to the query object. If I return, I just get the full query back. And again, I'm going to do the same thing. Just return the things that start with the letter C. And you get that. So again, imagine you can do whatever you want. Cool. Let's finish this. Let's get into something a little bit cooler. Authorization. Does everybody know what authorization is, as opposed to what authentication is? Okay, 1 minute left. I'm going to be a few more minutes. Okay, so authorization means you can tell which people have access to which things. So actually, let's skip authorization. It's very cool. It's very built-in. It can do everything you need. You can hide buttons, show buttons, everything you need. Let's go to search, because this is cool. You know, maybe you've seen this search query everywhere. I'm just enabling this. And for the user resource, I'm going to say, I'm using ransack, but you can use whatever you want if you want to call Elasticsearch or something else. So I'm just going to say what ransack needs to hear, like first name contains, and I'm going to give it params of Q, so whatever the user search for, and last name contains. And now if I go back to my user, now I have this search button, and I can just search for a user. Next, I'm going to go into property, resource, and I'm going to do the same. And I'm going to do name contains, params of Q. And now I have the same thing for properties, which you might have guessed. But the cool thing is you now have global search. And if you do one search in one box, you get all of the things searched. And you can add tiny descriptions. You can add avatars. You can even control what happens when somebody selects a record, if you want to send them somewhere else. A little bit cooler? A little bit. OK, cool. It's OK. It's OK. Authorization was great, but it's OK. We'll figure it out. Sorting. This is a difficult one. Please pay attention. This is very cool. So I'm going to go into my property resource, maybe. OK, let's see properties. And I'm going to go to this name and say sortable, true. And if I hit refresh, I can now sort it. Nice. I heard the nice there. OK, cool. You can also add like custom sorting with query, whatever you need. Cool. Filters. OK, let's get going. Rails generate Avo filter, and I'm going to say agent filter. I'm going to move a little bit faster. And when I generate this, I get one file, which is agent filter. I'm going to get the name of this class. I'm going to go into my user resource, and I'm going to paste it here. Filter, agent filter. Now I'm going to go to my users, and filter, agent filter. No. OK, let me restart. This always helps. OK, and if I refresh. Now let's imagine that we want to have a filter where we only see the agents or the owner. And now I have this tiny button here, and I have this agent filter. This dropdown doesn't have anything because we haven't configured it yet. OK, perfect. Agent filter, options. I'm going to go fast. Owner, right? And I'm going to say agent. Cool, refresh, filters. Let's see the owners. Nothing happens because we haven't configured what happens, how we find the owner. But we do know that the owner is James. We might have a different column in our database or roles or whatever, but we'll just make it simple. So how do we do that? We have this def apply method, which gives us like the request, the query, and the value. And again, you have access to the query. So basically, whatever is being queried here as an active record query, you have access to. So I'll do if value of owner, else, and if this is the value of owner, I'm going to add that like statement. Okay, I don't want to lose you. So if the value of owner is true, we're going to do, okay, the users that have the first name that start with James. So let's try this. Okay, because this is a string. Cool. So now we see the owners. If I hit agent, I get everybody else. But you can customize it however you want. You get this nice reset filter. OK, I'm not going to ask. This is definitely cool. Let's go to actions. We usually need actions on our records. So let's imagine that we have this booking resource. Again, I'm going to add Sergi. And I'm going to say he plans to visit next week. And whatever, we're just going to assign them a few properties. Cool. Now, what happens if I want to update this and I want to say visited that? When did he actually visit? We can go edit and select it, or we can do something else. We can add an action. So Rails generate Avo action, mark visited action. What is this going to give us? One file for action, mark visited. I'm going to take this, add it to my user resource. And now if I go back, Actually, it's not my user resource, it's my booking resource. I told you I need your help. You're not paying attention. Okay, okay, of course, I have to refresh this. Why? You usually don't have to do this, but I don't know. Cool. So now, when I'm on the index page, or when I'm on the show page, I have this mark visited action, which I click, and it asks me, are you sure you want to run this action? Okay, if I hit run, nothing happens because we haven't configured the file. Okay, cool. Mark visited action. And again, we have this handle method, right, where we get some arguments. And one of the arguments is the models, right? So all of the records that you have selected. So you might have one when you're in the show page, or you might have multiple, and you just select them all. And now we can do something like models.update visited at, and you can say time.now, okay? And let's try this out. Mark visited. Okay, because it's a model, I'm iterating. You're not paying attention. Come on, guys. Come on. Cool.
Yeah, let's sum up.
Yeah, I'll sum it up. Okay, cool. Is this a little bit cooler? Cool. Dashboards, cards, custom content, other things. Hit me up because I'll show you. So what I showed you right now is basically just the tip of the iceberg. It does a lot. It helps a lot of teams move really fast. And if there's one thing that I want you to leave from this talk is that internal systems usually get no documentation. They get no testing, They get no testing. Systems change from one project to another. They decay over time, and usually people rewrite them. So it's better to use something community-driven that will have everything you need. Achu and Dziakui. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, thank you, Adrian. And as a follow-up to the talk and a workshop, I offer you guys, we're gonna have free spots on the expo stage. So, and if you have any questions, or if you'd like dig deeper, catch him up, and Adrian can connect his laptop to the expo stage big monitor and do Q&A and answer and show more. So it's available. Please use it. And for now, give him a big applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
So, for this one, we're gonna go with no break and going to do like a quick setup for our next speaker for the conference. Let's come in. Just a couple of seconds, guys. You ready? Do you need an adapter? Oh, you have your own, right?
Yeah,
or maybe let's do this one. Do you? Yeah. Oh, awesome.
You want the hand microphone or headset? Oh, yeah? Yes, okay. Yeah.
So, just a second. Okay, hold on a second.
Can you take off your glasses, please?
So about this one, do you need clicker?
Okay.
Let's have it just in case.
Okay. I think I don't need it.
You don't need or need?
This one?
Yeah.
I think I don't need it.
Okay. Ой, блин, не, все, не получается. Мы прям гоним вот минуту в минуту. Тогда пусть не начинают. Или они могут выйти.
Таким, как разговаривает обычный среднестатистический человек.
Okay, so and now we have our second unconference talk. Chikahiro-san will bring the topic about masking the database. So, is there anybody who are dealing with data? Raise your hand. Okay. Do you know how to manage your data? For example, like, do you know any tools for anonymizing any kind of? Okay, okay. So I believe it's going to be useful. And yeah, the stage is yours. Please go ahead. Give some applause.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So my name is Chikahiro. So I'm from Japan. So currently I live in Germany, Berlin. But today I just thank you for the voting. So I hope you have something insightful or helpful from this. So generate anonymized database with masking. Masking is my open source project. So let's go for why do we want anonymized database? This is actually coming from my past experience. So one day, during the release, your main service is timeout and not reachable. And if you see the metrics, all red, it's something really wrong. And of course, you have to, it's on fire, so we have to dig into the inside for the investigation. And then it is a database. There's a lot of log queries. So we created tons of queries. The main table was locked during database migration. The other tables or migration query has an issue about this locking. And then we do post-mortem. Check the delivery process. For the here, local development and staging as QA and production. I think it is not something special. It is quite common. And here, this is a catch. For the data, local has quite small amount of data, like a seedings, and the staging a little bit more. Production is more. And then if you go to the release cycle, yeah, it's lock is happen, but it's 200 milliseconds. It's passed or you overlooked. And the staging, 3 sec. Okay, let's go for production. That's a trouble. This is the story. And if you have similar data set with production, in the local development, you have 1 hour, you should notice something wrong. This is like my past experience. But in order to do that, we should not use the production data set. There are a bunch of reasons, but if I just pick more, GDPR. It's highly likely it contains some like emails or first names or addresses, so it shouldn't. Let's use anonymized data set. Use case for this anonymized data set. Simulate database migration. As I showed you, or in my experience, just so you can simulate. Or sometimes, depends on your data set, it can be fail. Let's say you want to have the unique constraints. If you have duplicated already, it fails. And you don't have it in staging or local environment. SQL performance optimization. You get the slow query logs. It's quite slow, 25 seconds, and you want to optimize. But for this, you need often proper data set of this. Otherwise, you can't get accurate execution plan. Or some bugs make easy to produce and fix bugs. So these are data. You don't know why price is negative. Or here, orders and payment table, some missing records. Yeah, if you have foreign key, it shouldn't, but you have missing records here, or duplicated. And this causes bugs. And then it is existing on the database. Or better feature previews, if you have a similar dataset with production, this looks better. Or you can be a use case for the data source with analyze, stress test. There are a bunch of use cases. You can have your idea here. And actually, there is a service called Snaplet. It is founded in 2020 for Postgres. This is a SaaS platform doing same things for you. They have more features, but it's basically the same. And this is paid. It means, so there's common use case and also possibly market. But this is mine, and my first official release is 2019. I'm faster. So, and then how you implement the anonymization process? Let's say, so the first approach, copy database and update records. You copy it and then update. So this is, I see when I search for another libraries or services, this is most common way. Second, set up replica and database trigger. So you have productions and replicas and set up the triggers, something insert or update, and then immediately this replica is doing anonymized by trigger. Another way, so you proxy the database connection and then interrupt SQL on the fly. So like here, like a RDS proxy in the on AWS level, you make the connection proxy and then come into the SQL and it receives forward to the production as it is, and then you make something change to anonymize for the anonymized. Another approach, read a database and create anonymized database. So productions here, you may use for the database client for the reading this data, and then create to the anonymize. This client does things. I would say this is a second common way. Or here, there's another approach. You can make a dump. You can make anonymized dump, and then generation. This is what I can imagine for the approaches. How do you choose it? This is my evaluation, the effort, like copy and update low. I can imagine how to do that. Database trigger, a little bit. Database proxy, oh, that sounds a bit harder. And read and create, yes, I can imagine. Data leak risk. This is, you have to zero care. And the first one is I would put high because you have to have the copy, the production database at first. And then you really have for this anonymous database can be leaked, so I would be high. Database triggers, it also receives the insert or update or deletion. It's right for the database and immediately happens, but there's slightly chance to having production data. And 3 and 4, it's safe because it for the anonymized database doesn't have any production data. And configuration. First one, maybe connecting just database. Database trigger might be tricky because you have to install for your process, and then you have to think about for this database itself. It can be really customizable for your each environment or each database. So this is, I would put high. Database proxy, you have to introduce one layer into your database. This is medium. Because of this, especially database proxy can have performance regression for the production. The others are just for making another database, so it shouldn't. Time gap. So the database triggers and proxy is good because you may have the real time. Copy and update, it has 2 steps, copy and update. That's why I think wrong. And the fourth one, it's read and create, is similar, but it's the first one is that you have to be, it's really like 1 and 2. 4, it's a little bit parallelized. So this one, I would medium. And for my use case, I don't need a real time. So then I pick this one. Let's do this. So this is the result. This is my open source project, and then this is from written by Ruby. This is compatible with MySQL and MariaDB. Usage, how to use that? First, you just setting up for the YAML configurations. So let's say for like storing emails, it's a YAML. The format it's following to the YAML specification. The catch is here. Let's say email. You may have unique constraints. Then, so here, if you put special placeholder, then it will replace to the sequential numbers. And you do dump with like standard tool from MySQL dump. And it works with complete insert. You just simply here to the put the masking here. And then restore as like normal position. Now you have it. If you don't need the file, you can do one-liner. It's just for the piping and piping. I can show the demos. I hope should. Yeah. So here, this is my libraries. So first, you need the install masking. This is the gem libraries. So just you install as it is. And then, yes, now I have. And next, in order to doing demos, I put some like sample database from MySQL, and it has this kind of schemas. I think this is enough for these demos. And then, yes, this is a sample data. Customer's name, phones, address, etc., etc. And yeah, it contains, and employees' data. These are, you may interest to the anonymize. The other things, orders, payment, this kind of stuff, you may not interest. Now, going to set up. This is a configuration for instance. Customer is a table name, custom name is a column name, and this is how you want to anonymize. And then this is a unique, you want to unique it, then you can put this placeholder. And then another things, for this one, it's actually nullable. If you want to respect the null, then you can put question mark to be here. Then let's do the anonymize. Let's try. Oh God, I forgot. I also often forgot for the complete insert option. So, but it's Ella, it's friendly for you. You do that, yes, works. And then next, restore. So yeah, sometimes it happens, so database. Let's try. Looks good. Now it's for you. It's anonymized. Null is null. Employees, emails here. And if you don't specify any configuration, it stays as it is. So again, so this is a configuration. And then this is what you needed. Install is just you need only one time. And this is the result. Now I explain how to implement and also what I face the technical challenges. And I have the design concept about this, making this tool. First one, KISS. This is most important and most helpful for me and for making this library. Keep it simple, stupid. It is coming from Unix philosophy. Do one thing, do it well. What does it mean? Here, again, this is my tools for the interface. It's just for the piping. So it doesn't connect to the database. Even it didn't deal with the handling file. Only standard and input and output. This makes really easier for the implementation. And also secure. because the process it happens on the memory. No external dependency. In other words, no geometry dependency. Use only standard libraries. Let's say here, layers, there's a bunch of dependencies. It's masking, nothing. Thank you. And quality. I use a lot for the TDD here. To be fair, when I making this library, I was not familiar with TDD. So this is as my hobby project and also required learning. So I put structure apply for the TDD. And then I found one thing, this is like early warning signals. If you can't make the test well, or if you're having a hard to the writing a test, it often means something wrong in your design. So this is what I feel for the most for the TDD. And in the result, it is, if you structure applies, it's logically, yes, test coverage would be 100%. This is natural. And moreover, I put some like formattery for the quality, and it looks very healthy. I'm the person who was most surprised about this. So I was quite shocked. And also I set up for the acceptance test. Now we have the Docker. That's good. So we can have a real process for the MySQL or MariaDB. So setting up for the Docker, and then I can set up for the shell script of the acceptance test. This is something just I show you for the demo. Set up, test, do the anonymize, assertion. So this is, I can do it on the automate test, and I put on the CI. So every version, like Ruby's or MySQL, MariaDB, all can be tested by CI. So this makes really confident for me as well. How to implement? Here, again, for having this system, this library, it's simple. It's configuration, and then you have a dump. You make parsing or mapping here, and then you make anonymized dump. And I had uncertainty from the beginning. So the one thing is how you parse the mapping the configuration. And second, you need to parse the SQL and rebuild. For this uncertainty, again, TDD helps for me. TDD, actually, as far as I know, there's two types, the classical one and mockist one. I would say inside out or outside in. In my rough understanding, inside out or classic one, you use real object. Like outside in, mocking. So here, now we have here, and it's getting from standard input and standard output. So first, I start with from outside. So input and output, I just mocked. And go to inside out to these domains. Here, mapping configuration and parse rebuild. And then you need some like processors. So processor, not sure this is a correct name, but just say processors. It's using for those modules, and then do it that. This I use inside out. And for here, input to output, so connection part, I use outside in. It helps really for the finding architecture, in my opinion. And then most challenging things is here, especially parsing. How to parse dump. So this is the basic architecture of how it looks like for the dump. If I analyze it, it is just first one, the setting up databases, some options or something, and then defining table schemas. After that, inserting data. It will looping for the listing tables. If you have 3 tables, then 3 tables, and then insert data is happening. I'm interested for the inserting data and table schemas. And yes, I can pass the table schema. Yeah, but yes, a bit effort. And I checked the documentation of the MySQL. That looks nice. Nice option. Complete insert. It includes the column names of tables. With complete insert, structure doesn't change. But for the insertion data, insert statement change. Now it contains table name and the column name, which I'm very interested. Now I don't need parser schema. I need only for the insert data. Now problem is very small, and this is what when I found, I like that. How to parse SQL. So this is the basics. This is how the SQL looks, and this is like my interest. I use regular expressions for Ruby, and then tables, column values. And also very tricky part is the values section. I do kind of two-step parsing. So here, if you see, there are 3 values. You already know that because you know how many columns are there. I prepare for these values regular expressions, and then you know you need 3 times for this statement. I dynamically make regular expression for this values section. This is how I solve. Then, yeah, now I can pass it. Let's try with production data. Pass error. Yeah, that's, it's a reality. Okay, let's go for what is the problem? The journey to ready for the production data. Here, okay, null and empty string, fair enough. Yeah, it's good. Okay, fix it. Next, it contains some commas or quotes with escape. Okay, yes, fix. Next, okay, even I didn't know how it called. It called scientific notation. Okay, I think it's now, come on, binaries. Okay, I think now it's quite enough. Okay, looks working. And then try to restore. You get some like pass error in now a skill level, and I don't know why. This is after some investigation. I found what is the problem. So actually, this line already contains a problem, but I explain a little bit more. This is a basic for the values sections. So if you see the parentheses and commas, I can say this is splitters. So this is how I kind of implement for this. Split it, and then here there's a 2. Split here, but problem is here. Inside of string, it contains, then pass it wrongly. Then, oh my God, I think it's okay. This is so tough. I even did not sure I can do it from regular expression or like my implementation. I have to really think about this. And then after a while, I've noticed if you remove the parentheses, this is same with CSV. Then I Google it. Fortunately, there's some article about for the Ruby CSV library. He is actually the maintainer, if I'm not mistaken, of the Ruby standard library of CSV, and he wrote some blog. And then he exactly explained its same problem in the CSV, what I'm facing. Let's pick this solution. Thank you for the community. Now, how do I solve? Now we have these like 3 things. So now it's counting quote. Here, the string is 2. If it's bodied low, it should have even numbers. So then check it. It's even or not. Okay, this is good. But if it breaks inside of string, it should have odd number. Then it's result even. Then I can check it. Okay, this is something wrong. Then concat with next. Now concatenate and then counting again. Now it's 4. Okay, looks fine. Then counting next. Okay, this looks fine. Now I can have it. This is the code, what I explained to be here. More specifically, this code. So recursive pattern value concat. I'm not sure this is the name is a good one, but let's say and this is how I solve. And this is kind of for destructive change for the laws, but I will let you like how you read it. But this is how I solve. And then I think it passed. And it's finally, it's passing for the production. Then I can say, okay, now it's version 1. What's next? Maybe supporting random or fake data. Now it is just for the anonymizing for the just static values, but I can imagine so random fake data is much more enough, more nice options to have. Or pass the table schema, which I skipped in the first implementation. But if you do that, so I can have the type validation for the configuration for the masking, because it's an insert statement doesn't have the type information, so it can be long. But if you have the table schemas, yes, it has a type, and then it can validate for the configuration. And of course, with working with complete insert option. Actually, this complete insert, it put this option and makes process a bit slower for the SQL. Maybe third things, performance optimization. In my experience, it's roughly 20% slower than normal MySQL dump. But this can, of course, there's many space to the optimization, I think. For Postgres, this is something I'm little bit start working on for a little bit before. Maybe I would work it for soon. And maybe I would choose for this project maybe something for possible to cross-compiling languages, maybe Crystal or Golang or Rust or C. I don't know, but this is something also my hobby project. Please allow me to use any other languages. Thank you. That's it. When you're using for this library or you find anything interesting or something issues, any feedback is welcome. This is yours and this is my X and website. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes more. So is there any questions you'd like to ask? I think we can have one, potentially. Anybody? Okay, there we go.
Hello, very nice project that you talked about. One of the main issues that you said that you would like to have anonymization is because of GPDR. So have you checked that your solution now makes it compliant with GPDR, or it does or it doesn't?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of your questions.
So at the beginning of your presentation, you said that your main motivation is to make GDPR compliant.
Yeah.
So have you succeeded in that? Is your tool makes GDPR compliant?
For with this tool? Yes. So because, I mean, GDPR is, I'm not specialist for this, but there's some specific data that you have to take in care. And this configuration, this actually helps. I don't know if I understand correctly to your questions, but for the GDPR compatible, yes, I think I've succeeded about this.
Okay, so thank you very much. Give a round of applause. And we're going to have 10 minutes break. And we have 2 more on conference talks. So stretch your legs and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
We are ready to go. 1 minute.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, so Ruby has been created to make engineers and programmers happy.
Mhm.
Does it make you happy? And if yes, in what way?
Yes. Yes. First of all, like I learned programming. Technically Ruby is my first language.
Okay.
So, and also like it's beginning. Yes, it's many things. No, it's just you don't know. So then it's many things you have to learn. But still, there's many deep things. So if you go more and more, I cannot say I'm still like master of Ruby or something. But it's yeah, it's I have like it's many influence for other programming language as well. Then yeah, I think it's still like learning and also like having fun about this.
Great. So Ruby turned 30 years this year. So what are your thoughts about the future of it? What is the future of Ruby?
Future of Ruby. So in the Ruby programming language itself, but it's more if you think this real world of business, it's a lot of startups, especially like I saw like 10 years before it was like Rails is happening and it boomed. And then a lot of successful startups here, let's say for now it's GitHub is here. Twitter was, as far as I know, also it was written by Rails first. And also Shopify is here. So those are services, it's Ruby and also it lives. So, and it keeps lives for the language more like long time.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last question. So if you meet Mats on the streets of Vilnius right now, after this event, what will be the one question that you will address to him?
The questions.
Just one.
Just one. So if you can fix only one thing for the Ruby, so I know he's very like humble person, and also but he's also open for the feedback, but also he has a lot of like, opinions as well, and he's very professional. I want to ask him like if you can fix only one thing for the Ruby, what is it?
Great. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and like everybody's who's downstairs, and if you see me from the TV sets, coming upstairs to the main stage as we going to have a third unconference talk that devoted to Sinatra, which we all absolutely love, I believe. So, and Alexander, the stage is yours. Please give him some applause.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander. I flew here from Tokyo, Japan, so excuse me if I sound a little bit jet lagged. I'm doing my best. Okay, so this talk is called All You Need is Sinatra. I want to prove that you don't actually need to use fully blown Rails from day one. So, is my clicker gonna work? Okay. All right, so I live in Tokyo, Japan at the moment. I've been there for 4 years. I'm an engineering manager at TableCheck, a restaurant reservation and table management platform. And we love to build software that venues use every day. Okay, so what is Sinatra? If you don't know what Sinatra is, it's basically a DSL for creating web applications with minimal effort. On the right, you can see the kind of like hello world of what we're going to be building today. So I would like to liken that Rails is like a car and Sinatra is like a bicycle. You can get a lot of use out of a bicycle, but eventually you're probably going to need to trade it for a car. Okay, so number one reason to use Sinatra is simplicity. You can quickly prototype any small application or API. You can get a project off the ground within the hour. You could save thousands to hundreds of thousands on developer costs because it's easy to get started. And you can always move to something else later. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Okay, so we're going to build a Euruko conference billboard, and on there, people can post what they think about the conference. Okay, so this is just like the most basic implementation I could come up with. It's just requires Sinatra. We have one get endpoint, which serves a index.html. We have 2 REST API endpoints, both under comments, one of which is a get, one which is a post. Get shows all the comments, post allows you to post a comment. And you can see here, we can still use rack. So we have fully blown rack inside of here, and we can use utils for escaping HTML. So if someone puts something naughty inside, we can strip it out. Okay, now we need an index.html. And it's kind of new, but I used HTMX because it's super simple to actually build applications with it. As you can see here, there are 2 special tags that I've used, which are prefixed by HX. That allows me to set specific parameters that HTMX is looking for in order to swap out different parts of the DOM of the HTML, right? And the really cool thing is it supports polling by default. So I've set this to automatically call our API every 2 seconds for new comments. Okay, so can I productionize it? Yes, I just need to set rack env production, and you can even set workers so you can have cluster mode for Puma. You can scale that pretty far. Okay, so on my MacBook Air, keep in mind I made this presentation this morning, so I haven't had time to make this load test better. But with just 1 thread, I was able to get like 2,000 requests per second. This is not huge, but it should sustain my 10-user application for a while. Okay, so I said that we want to become very rich, okay? So AI, everyone's ears probably perked up when I said that. I'm going to use an endpoint, which is called moderation. It's from OpenAI, and it's really good because it's free. And you can use this endpoint to moderate anything. This is very powerful. If you're building an app today and it takes a user's comment, you can get it fully moderated without paying a cent by AI. Okay, and basically you get a list of categories. Those categories are just like whether it's an abusive comment or it does something like it's mean or anything like this, and we can reject it over a certain score. Here I've picked the magic number of 0.00007, yeah. Okay, So I checked it by typing in this comment here, and I made a message that says, like, be nicer, okay? So we're going to get funded now. Okay, so I've deployed this 20 minutes ago. If you like, please scan the QR code or enter the URL and write some comments. Please don't write anything bad, although I hope the AI will catch it. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we've got some people joining in. Okay, so looks like people are writing a lot of comments. Some people are trying some injection here. Okay, who did the drop table, drop database? I saw that. Very nice. Okay, so this updates every 2 seconds, right? So we can basically have a live feed of all the comments for this conference. Okay, I'm going to close this before someone posts something that gets past the AI. Okay, so this is too good to be true, and you're kind of right. If you need a database, you're probably going to need to pick like MySQL, MongoDB, whatever your pick. There's this amazing Ruby ORM called SQL. I use it very often. I highly recommend it. I will plug that TableCheck, the company I work for, also has our own fork of Mongoid, which is the MongoDB driver for Ruby. It has some changes that are, we would say, better. Okay, and there's also things like user management, throttling, caching, integrations with OpenID, etc. Remember that you have the power of rack, so these things are kind of solved. And even better, you can just move to Rails. You can load Sinatra inside of Rails with all your routes working, and then you can just like strip out certain routes to move to Rails when you feel like it's getting too heavy. So this whole presentation, the code was written by ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot. So, you know, I'm just saying, if you want to make easy money, this is the way. Okay, that's all. The GitHub link is up there. If you would like to steal my code, please go ahead. It's MIT license. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, and yeah, is there any questions? Raise your hand and we'll hand you a mic. Okay.
Cool.
Good. Alexander, thank you very much. So we going to have a little bit longer break. So the next talk will be on schedule, and we gonna do it in 20 minutes. So because when you win the unconference, you need to finish your slides. That's the reality. So let's have some coffee and a fresh air, and the last one and the closing words will be in 20 minutes. The only thing I wanted to mention for the party tonight, we will have, after the last unconference talk, we will have buses that will drive you to the city, so those two spots that we have. And after that, happy hours means, like happy time, means that's your time to take shower, to prepare yourself for the party. And the party train starts from the train station at 6:50. When you get there, you will read from the timetable. So it will say Euruko party train. Use your badges as a tickets to get into the train. Yeah, at the party we will have some snacks and food, and also a lot of drinks, because it's a brewery, of course. A lot of things are going to be available in a brewery, including the very special beer that you're going to taste and probably figure out how to name it. But it's going to be happening just in a couple of hours, and we still have one more unconference talk. So let's have some fresh air, and in 20 minutes, I'll see you there for the last one and the closing words. Thank you very much. unconference requests, the one that I mentioned in the morning. So if you want to hear something or you have a problem, you can bring it to the stage as a pitch. And we might have a good match for you with your problem at a speaker, somebody who can bring that. We also have a list of today's, let's say, applicants for the unconference, and we're going to provide their votes for tomorrow as well, so they're still relevant. And we also going to have some extra spots on the expo stage, so feel free to use it if you need. So if you need, as I said, like any panel discussion or fishbowl discussion, whatever, or we will fill it with the applicants from the unconference pile. But at this stage, please welcome Johnny, who actually got the highest score. So anybody who is interested, I can show you. So the average was around 6, so Johnny got almost 9, which seems to be like a very good point. And the beauty of the story, that he has 0 preparation for the slides. So he wasted all the day of Euruko first day. Okay, almost. A little bit, just fixing the slides. So give him some applause, and that's a wrap for the unconference. Johnny, the stage is yours.
Cool. So yeah, so we should judge the score after the presentation is shown, not before. My name is Johnny Shields. I'm the founder and CTO of a company called TableCheck. We're based in Tokyo, Japan. I flew out from Tokyo. Our company works with restaurants, so we do bookings and guest management. We're in about 9,000 restaurants today and growing. So you probably haven't heard of us in Europe because we're mostly in Asia, but we're coming this way soon. So hopefully in a few years, people here will encounter us. We also work with Cybergizer. So Sergey and his team, we've worked with them for 5 years. They're fantastic engineers. They power all our Ruby and Elixir development. They're really wonderful, and we really feel that they're part of our, even though a lot of our team is based in Tokyo, we feel like they're part of our family, and it's been great to come out here and meet them all. So my presentation today is called Ruby Threads, and So Can You. The point of this presentation is I wanted to show just a practical way to implement multi-threading into your application. This doesn't use any kind of gems or any special magic. It's pure Ruby. And so let's get started. So we're going to start with an example problem that many of you have probably encountered. We're going to do a rake task which sends emails. In our case, our system sends daily reminder emails. Hey, your reservation is coming up tomorrow. And we send that to all customers who have an email or have a reservation tomorrow. So our task looks something like this, a very simple version, but we're going through the active record table and getting all the customers, and then we're calling some mailer class and sending the mail. Now, the problem with this is that the mail delivery API can be slow, and if we're sending hundreds of thousands of emails, this task will take a long time. So let's see how we can make it faster. So what I'm going to introduce is the producer-consumer pattern. The way that this works is we have a producer. In this case, it's the customer data. We're going to put each customer into a queue, and then we're going to have a consumer, which is the mail sender, handle that. So substituting for the actual class names, we have active record, customers each, and then customer, customer, customer in the queue, and then we're going to have consumers, which are pulling customers from the queue and sending an email to them. So to start with, and firstly, I made this presentation today, so pardon if there's things in the code that are quirky or not correct, but let's see. So the way we're going to start this off is we have this process method. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to assign a queue. And this queue, I'm going to use the size queue class. And what this class does is it's going to not let me add new things to the queue. On the thread, it's going to basically block the thread if the queue is full. And I have a producer, and I'll go through and show you how the producer is defined. But basically, the producer is done on a thread. It's going to insert things into the queue. And then I have the consumers, which is going to be n number of threads. In this case, I have 50 threads. I'm going to make 50 consumer threads. and I'm going to, at the end, join, which means wait for the thread to finish on each of those threads. And so the whole function won't complete until each consumer has done its job. So next slide. So the producer looks like this. Let me see. So basically, I'm going to iterate over the customer, all the customers, and this is the way Active Record works. Actually, is it's going to be in SQL. It's kind of doing this as magic, but it's going to be using a get more command. So it's actually going to it's going to load the customers in batches. And so this is all, this is using a little bit of Rails magic here. But the nice thing is I don't necessarily have to load all customers at once. So if I have 1 million customers, I'm not going to fill up my process memory. I'm just going to get customers as I need them and insert to the queue. And because remember, again, I'm using a size queue, it's going to prevent me from loading more customers until I've processed the customers in the queue. Now, one thing you might want to make sure is to set no timeout on your query, because if this runs for a long time, the database might kill your query, but that's another concern. At the end of this, I'm going to insert, for the number of threads I have, which in this case is 50, because I have 50 consumers, I'm going to insert this symbol, EOQ or end of queue, 50 times. And when my consumer sees this symbol, I'm going to then say that consumer is done. And so because I have 50 end of queue markers and 50 consumers, I'm going to see end of queue 50 times, and then one by one they're going to finish. And then the thread finishes, so my join is then, once all of them have finished, the join will let the original method finish. Again, going back to this. And then it will be complete. Then my rake task complete, and I'm done. So that's that. So does this make a difference? Well, I just made some spoof classes here to kind of demonstrate what this would look like. But if we look at it, if I use a single thread, assuming I have 1,000 customers and 10 milliseconds per customer, it's going to take, in this example, it ended up being about 15 seconds in real time to complete with a single thread, and it was less than half a second with my producer-consumer pattern. So this will really speed up your tasks if you implement it. But wait, there's more. So let's talk about what we can do if we want to get fancy. We can actually have multiple queues, so I'm calling this a multi-stage pattern. Here's a real-world example. Suppose I have a bunch of files in an FTP. I want to download each of those files, and I want to upload them to Amazon S3, let's say. So in this case, downloading each file is going to take some time, and also uploading the file is going to take time as well. So what I can do is actually make multiple queues. I can have one producer inserting into my first queue, and then I can have these intermediate objects, producer-consumers, which are pulling from the first queue and putting them in the second queue, and then finally consume the second queue. So let's see what this looks like. Oh, actually, firstly, just substituting the names. So getting files from FTP, in this case, I'm just getting the file names to download. That's what's going to be in my first queue. I'm going to download each of those files, take the data, put it in the second queue, and then with the actual data, the byte data of the file, I'm going to upload that to S3. Okay, so in this example, I will have now 2 queues. They'll both be size queue, download queue, and upload queue. For simplicity's sake, I'm just going to use the same number of threads for both my intermediate stage and my final stage. So like before, I have a download producer, and then I have an upload producer. That's my producer consumer. And then I have upload consumers finally. And so with this, I'm going to join on my producer consumer thread, which you're going to see, and then I'm also going to join on my end consumers thread, or threads, I should say. So for the download producer, this is really the same as before. I just have some method that's getting a list of file names and then inserting them into the download queue. So this is roughly the same as what we did with customers before. And of course, I'm adding the end of queue objects. Now, for my intermediate stage, this gets interesting. So I'm going to spawn a new thread, which is going to be for my upload producer. I only need one producer thread, but within that, I'm going to have n number of download consumer threads inside that. And then I'm going to join on each of the consumer threads inside my outer producer thread. And then finally, similar to the one before, I'm going to have an end of queue object that after these guys complete, then I'm going to put in, for the number of threads I have, the end of queue object. So this is, and that down there corresponds to the number of upload consumers I have. We're downloading first, then uploading. So the reason for the end of queue there, that's the end of queue objects for my second queue. And then finally, my consumers are really the same as before. So the way to think about this is starting with the simple example we had before with the customers and the email sending. It's really the first and last stage are the same. It's just I have this intermediate stage sandwiched in the middle. And you can really add as many stages as you want. So you can get fancy with this. I have more in my actual application. I have mutexes, which I'm using to track the count of each item. So I'm showing the the progress as I'm processing through each queue. There's a lot of fancy stuff you can do with it, but for the scope of this talk, I left that out. I'll put that up online on GitHub if anyone wants to check it out afterwards. So again, let's benchmark this. So in this case, I'm going to use a similar thing. I'm going to say 1,000 files, 10 milliseconds to download, 10 milliseconds to upload again. My single thread took 30 seconds, and again, my producer consumer took half a second. So this can really automate or really speed things up, and the differences really compound when you're doing things in multiple stages. So the last thing I'll say is, if you want to do this better, use Elixir. Elixir has abstractions which do this for you. So what I'm essentially showing you here is is somewhat of a mock-up of what what Elixir does in a much more robust way, and we'll have microprocesses that are managing all this stuff for you. So I definitely recommend to check this out. Especially if you're doing a lot of this, Elixir may be a better tool for the job than Ruby. But hopefully you can apply this to your sprinkle this on your Ruby app too and get some performance benefit. And that's my presentation. So thank you everybody for listening. And by the way, our company's hiring. We do remote work, so if anyone's interested, check that out too as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we might have a couple of questions. Is there any questions, guys, you'd like to ask? There we go.
Sure.
Yeah. What is the stack that you use at TableCheck? What do you use for the front end?
We use React and Ember.js a bit. So we use React on the front end and Ember.js depending. We have actually a bunch of different applications. And on the back end, it's mostly a Ruby monolith. And then we have some Elixir microservices and data ingestion pipelines are all in Elixir. So Ruby and Elixir on the back end, React and Ember.js on the front end.
And how big is your team?
Our team, including Cybergeyser is about 15 people, and our entire engineering product QA is about 65 people now and growing, and our whole company is about 200 people today.
Okay, thank you. There is one more hand.
Thank you for the talk. I was wondering, how do you handle errors or retries after you have an error?
Great. Okay, so I actually extracted this code out of our actual application. I just went in and just started deleting stuff, and one of the things I deleted was the retry function. So what you want to do is do retrying within each consumer thread and within the producer thread. So if you think about it, right, suppose I have in the case of the mail sending job, right, and I'm just going to be sending emails, suppose that one email has something in it that has an error. Well, I don't want that to stop all the other consumer threads from sending all their emails. So what I would do is if I go way back to this right here in the consumer thread, I would put a wrapper just around where it says my mailer with customer. I would put a retry wrapper in there, and I would make a retry function that takes the block and to kind of make the code clean. So I'll put that up on GitHub as well.
Okay. Any other? There we go.
Thanks. Yeah, great presentation. I have one question. How would you compare this kind of Ruby solution to solutions like async jobs, using active job and sideking, stuff like that?
Sure. Well, basically, in that case, you're enqueuing stuff into a database, right? And that could be Redis in the case of Sidekick, or delayed job would use your SQL, or in our case, MongoDB. It's just more layers and more, more things can go wrong. I mean, this doesn't use a database, in theory. I mean, I guess you're getting your customer stuff from a database, but it doesn't use a database to process things fundamentally. So, Redis is actually very fast. So, but this is even faster because it's all happening within your process. You could actually combine the two. So, for example, you could do something that is inserting, instead of where my mail or send, I could make that actually enqueue a job into Sidekick or delayed job, and then I could process that in a queue. So it's 6 or half a dozen, and it's really just your choice of, do you want something a little bit heavier but with more stateful management of each job in the queue, or do you just want to just crank through everything here? If you're looking for something quick and dirty, this is good.
Okay, so the last one, if there's any, could be the last one. Okay, so let's give some applause to Johnny. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
And yeah, so this is actually a wrap for the first day. Now we're going to have Euruko party. So at the party we have some food and snacks. We also have beverages, soft drinks, and I think it's 24 taps available for us. So yeah, the buses will drive you to the city. There you're going to have some time to get a shower, drop your backpacks, get to the hotel, and then from the central train station, you can get a map on the website, or you can see it on the cardboard stand. So please don't get lost. Trust me, it's going to be like super cool party, because it's easy to get a private jet. It's very hard to get a private train. So let's enjoy it. Give some applause for today, and I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you.